Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you here at the Institute for the Danube region and Central Europe on behalf of Sebastian Schäfer, our director, who can't be here today due to another conference our institute is organizing. But he would very much like to be here with us today. My name is Malwina. Talik. I'm a research associate here. And I'm happy that we have managed to gather so many international experts from the region of Central Europe and Danube region. Our institute, as you see in the name, works exactly on this topic on this region, and democracy on the local level or central level is one of the main focuses of our institute. We work on this topic through our activities, publications, events, and the event today is just another example for that. I'm very grateful for our cooperation of the Polish Academy of Sciences Scientific Center in Vienna, as well as the Institute, as the Foundation of Support for Local Democracy. And I wish you very nice event and fruitful discussions. And I'll pass the floor to Professor Piotr Szlanta.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Malwina. So good morning. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you in this beautiful seminar saal of Institute for Danube region and Central Europe. My name is Piotr Szlanta. I'm director of Scientific Center of the Polish Academy of Science, a foreign branch of Polish Academia here in Vienna, in Austria. And I would like, at first, I would like to start with Thanksgiving. First, I would like to thank Professor Irena Lipowicz from Stefan Kardynał Wyszyński University in Poland, former ambassador of Polish Republic here in Austria. Professor Lipowicz inspired us to organize this conference and help to find a Polish partner in the shape of already mentioned foundation of support of local democracy. And I would like to thank Chairman, Director Cezary, Dr. Cezary Trutkowski for being with us, for co-organizing this conference and helping us to finance that and finding the active participant for that region. So democracy, as Malwina already said, it also applies to my scientific center. We also concentrate on social and humanistic studies in that region, and democracy is one of the main part of our interest. For example, 2 years ago, we organized a workshop with Institute for Human Sciences about the democracy. In last year, it was a workshop here, Marcin? About, no, not here, okay, sorry. But works on different meanings of democracy. And I hope that we will organize a conference on symposium next year also on that so crucial topic. I'm a historian, so history for me is the area of my special interest, and I'm historian of the 19th century. In 19th century, in program of many democratic liberal party was introducing local government. It was crucial. It was very important. It was part of the fight for democratization in 19th century, and what the Polish territory concerns, for example, element of these local governments were introduced in autonomous Galicia under Emperor Joseph Franz the First in 1860s. Also in other part of the partition Poland at that time, in Russian part of Poland, in the Kingdom of Poland. Before the First World War, also the Polish society would like to convince Russian autocratic rules to introduce at least the local governments in the city and county governments, I would say, in the inland, but it vanished, and it was not before 1915 when during German and the Austro-Hungarian occupation, these local government was introduced into the Polish terrain. And nowadays, when we observe a world around us, so when some democracy, some democratic system tends to be more autocratic, when dictatorships of different arts took the power and tried to subject the community. One of the first steps is dismantling of the local governments, and because of that, I think so. So local governments is a key element of democracy at all, and because of that, it's because also of the autocratic tendencies we observe in many countries around the world, and the surge of the populism is, according to me, it's important just to analyze different cases and to share the idea how this local democracy works in practice. So maybe so I'm very glad that so many people come here. As I hope that we are followed on the internet by much more participants of this conference. And not to postpone the beginning of the first panel, I would like to ask Dr. Trutkowski to say a few words about his foundation and maybe about this conference. Please join.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm delighted that the foundation can support and co-organize this event. Foundation Support of Local Democracy, which is called in Polish Fundacja Rozwoju Demokracji Lokalnej imienia Jerzego Regulskiego, was established by the senators of the first independent senate in the 90s. I mean, started in 1989. And one of the founders of the foundation was Professor Jerzy Regulski, who is recognized as the father of the local government reforms in Poland. Nowadays, foundation has 14 regional training centers and is the largest training provider to local governments throughout Poland. We organize training sessions for local governments. We organize the so-called local government specialist fora, which are kind of clubs for local government specialists. In Poland, we organize conferences, national congresses, and we are trying to build our position as a think tank responsible, interested in the local government issues. That's why we are participating in this activity, and that's why we are happy that we can, together with the Polish Academy of Sciences, with the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University and the IDM, organize this conference. I'm looking very much forward to hear what will be discussed today. This is a unique opportunity, really, to learn about the situation in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe in light of the local governance and the processes that are happening in the local democracy in these countries. So not to postpone the beginning of our discussions, again, thank you very much for participating. I'm very grateful to my colleagues, Gabor, Daniel, to participate in this event, and I wish you a very pleasant and very interesting event. Thank you very much.
Just for a moment, I made a blunder because I forgotten to thank, of course, IDM, so our co-organizer, and maybe because of that we cooperate very strictly for at least 2 years. So also since I became a director. So thank you, Malwina, and thank you for you and for your staff. I would like also thank my colleague, Dr. Marcin Kaim, who will chairman of the first panel, because it was his duty to bring this conference to happy end, to that day, correspondent with many participants, and was responsible for that project in our center. So thank you, Marcin. Thank you, Malwina. Thank you, all of the workers, activists here in IDM, and thank you that we could meet here. So let's start the first panel.
Thank you. My name is Marcin, as you have already heard, and I'll be moderating this first panel. Also, thank you for the kind words. I hope we can finish on a positive note, and then I can be happy about all the event. Okay, so without further ado, I would kindly ask the three presenters for this first panel to come to the front and sit, and I will do a very short introduction. Also, I would like to say that we have each person will have 15 minutes, and then we'll move on to a discussion after all three presentations. And I hope we'll have enough time to talk. So first, I would like to present Professor Irena Lipowicz, as already introduced. So I'll just mention briefly. She's the head of the Department of Administrative Law and Local Government at the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University. We have also with us today Professor Elizabeth Donat, who is Deputy Head of the Department of European Policy and the Study of Democracy at University of Continuing Education Krems here in Austria. And we have also Professor Wrocław Hawlik, who is an Associate Professor at the International Institute of Political Science, Masaryk University, Czech Republic. So I would kindly ask Professor Lipowicz to start this first session. Would you like to sit or stand?
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the invitation. Vielen Dank für die Einladung, und ich möchte noch einmal eine Erinnerung an Herrn Busek an diesem besonderen Ort in diesem Institut zu uns rufen. Sein Interesse für Zentraleuropa, seine Rolle bei der Übergang zu Demokratie werden wir immer in Erinnerung behalten. Noch einmal vielen Dank, dass Sie diese Gedanken weiterführen und diese Aktivität kontinuieren. Ich werde auf Polnisch sprechen. Dank unseren wunderbaren Dolmetscher bin ich überzeugt, dass wir alles übertragen können. Thank you very much for your activity. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, our problem is that in these difficult times for Europe, we have to become aware how much democracy and self-governments are linked with each other. It is very important that we understand that subnational government, which is very often diminished or is understood as a kind of administrative body, that we have to become aware how important institutions they are, and that it is an important element of the Western civilization. In those peaceful years of Western democracy, we haven't been aware of this fact. And only now, when after populist attacks against democracy, the subnational government have been attacked and criticized, only now we are able to understand the meaning of subnational governments. I think I will pass over to you because I'm losing my voice.
Democracy is also always constantly strengthened by subnational governments, and is important to understand in this context how deep the subnational governments and local governments are connected and linked to the political pluralism, and with the conviction and on the deep understanding how much the democracy is basically fueled and driven by local self-governments. So this was a question for our panel. The question is if in connection with that, the subnational government can be some sort of last resort for our democracies. We had times, particularly during the Second World War, which was very dark times for Europe. Adolf Gasser, which was a Swiss theoretician, he published a very small, modest book titled "If Subnational Governments Are Going to Save Europe." And in this book, he was laying out the main criteria, main characteristics of local governments. And he asked the question, if a local government maybe isn't connected with the question how far different European countries are, prone to introduce fascism. So those theories, particularly in those areas where we had subnational governments with a long tradition, where we Alexis Tocqueville. So if it could be introduced into local traditions, so it's shown that in countries like Great Britain or Scandinavian countries or the Netherlands, so in these areas, on this ground, in this soil, fascism could not, grow any roots. And Gasser was explaining it by saying, in this case, democracy is practiced on small scale and on a daily basis, on a day-to-day basis. And then this case, and under these circumstances, it's difficult to introduce elements which are compromising democracy. And it's very difficult to believe in this case, or in these regions, for people to believe enemies of democracy. And the goal of our conference, the subject matter of our conference is democracy, and it's necessary to show that local governments are a construction which are maybe underestimated a bit. As when I was ambassador of Poland to Austria, all contacts with the population was always based on local contacts with local government and the local provincial government, and this is very important. It was something that was enriching us, also myself. So we have to always remember that pluralism and political culture, that in this context, local governments are often overlooked and underestimated as the pillar of which is strengthening democracy and Western civilization. So also totalitarian systems, as well as populism, as well as autocratic countries, they are attacking very often all subnational government solutions or local governments. Is this true? Was it always the case, or is there a way to connect or combine totalitarian or authoritarian systems with well-functioning local governments? First of all, we have to say that the idea of self-government, local governments, in the beginning of the 19th century wasn't necessarily connected with the idea of democracy. It was like two different parallel streams. So the local governments were part of the democratic country or state based on the rule of laws. And Stein, with his idea of a self-government on the Prussian level, wanted to rationalize this nation or this country. And today, modern countries like China, or in the style of China, in these areas, the subjects or the citizens have been more or less reduced to just small cogwheels in a big machinery. So the perfection with which the Prussian country has completely controlled energy and life of its subjects and citizens was really almost done in a perfect way. And then it turned out that this beautiful machine, this wonderful machine, starts to sort of the jams, yeah, and it's completely helpless against the Napoleonic invasion. And there was a big and very deep feeling of humiliation. So, and also the feeling that something went wrong. So also the law about voting rights were also not democratic. They were also reduced to a very small circles of only owners of land could vote, or men could vote, or people who paid taxes. So you could generally say it was a local elites. They were also elected to government posts. So, and it's gradually only this country discovered how important subnational governments are, and that they are a question of democracy. Even a very limited subnational government and local government, like in the end of the 19th century, has started to release very strong social energy and started to positively influence the country and the economy. So this led to the situation that also authoritarian countries wanted to introduce this new construction, this new this new invention, kind of. So this is why it was brought to Germany. Also, Russian theoreticians have been considering the subnational government as a certain tool. Unfortunately, the expert commission was really very often and honest about this, and clearly stated that a self-government which is based on self-reliancy and this despotic way of ruling the country, it cannot be connected, because local government is based on a certain dispersal of authority, dispersion of power, which is intended. And this, in connection with the monism of the Tsarist Russia, was absolutely impossible. It was not compatible, even if the democracy was also limiting the self-governments by supervision. Here, Professor Szlanta would probably even word it in a better way, or a more elegant way, but I would say that a lot of decisions needed approval of the supervising bodies or country authorities. So today, no one in Austrian municipalities, for example, would like to function this way. But for despotic countries, it was something completely normal. That's why Poland, that was basically divided into three countries, Austria, Russia, and Austria-Hungary, Prussia, and Russia. So it was not capable to develop subnational governments. There was no Poland, no Polish statehood at that point. So it couldn't, for example, exist in the Russian occupation or in the Russian partition. So we still feel that today, 100 years later. If you look at the results of elections, so until recently, we had very similar results depending on the different boundaries of the partitions. So areas which have had some sort of tradition, even during partitions, so some local government partitions, they are also more open to local government today. And the Russian partition is still visible until today, even today, when it comes to local governments. We can ask if democracies were attacking those institutions, those Western democracies, if they were attacking the institutions of local governments. It happened. There were some cases where it happened. For example, Jerzy Langrod, a Polish Jerzy Langrod, who became a Polish professor, became a very famous French professor, and he said that France is a democratic country, but in reality, this is like a self-governing by all inhabitants, by all citizens. So if we will introduce self-governments, local governments in a country like France, the local governments will attack the central authorities. So why do we need all these contradictions in our country? So it's better to just not introduce self-governance. These were attitudes and opinions from the 50s, and they were more isolated attitudes because Western Europe, Germany included, was in the time of reconstruction after the war, after the fascism, after Hitler's rule, and it was also based on local governments. There was another attack against the institution of local government. It was not such a strong and fundamental attack, but it happened in the 80s of the 20th century. And this is connected with Margaret Thatcher and her radical reforms in the United Kingdom, in Great Britain. These reforms were called as New Public Management, or this is the term they used, but this influence, it had a big impact on entire Europe. This was a radical privatization process. And some theoreticians are indicating, are pointing out that everything that happened in connection with the reforms by Margaret Thatcher is also the main source, the original source for today's successful populism in Europe. So this radical cutting of public allowances, public benefits, and the local democracies, the treating of citizens like clients and not like citizens who are members of a democratic community. And Margaret Thatcher even openly said there is nothing like society, only entities, only individuals. And it was very harmful. The European science mainstream with Martin Moloch particularly was saying that fundamental democratic values are the core of local government. So this is the right to self-determination of individuals, also free beliefs, participation in free elections, and participation of citizens in the political decision-making process. And in Austria, we have the separation of powers and the federalism, where we have a participation of citizens in decision-making processes, and we have also the protection of minority rights. And this also protects from the terror of the majority against the minority. And one of the so this shape of local governance we have introduced in 1989 in Poland. In the 90s, Erhard Buzek, the Austrian politician, was actively participating in this, supporting this, and he was always willing to help and give his advice during these times. We also have to pay attention and look at the fact that the last attempt of counterposition, for example, in the German science, like Ernst Volz indicated that the democracy is something, local in the sense of democratic elections, but self-government is more of a continuous acting. So we don't have so much time. We have only 4 years terms, and we understand democracy in different ways. So the conclusion is that there is no contradiction when it comes to this. On the other hand, in my speech, I was using the definitions of Berg, who was defining democracy. And I want to show that we have here to do with something like a mitigation or weakening of the element of individualism in the subnational governments. This means that communities can participate in public tasks, and it fosters the independent solution of regional conflicts and local conflicts. And this also is running counter. It prevents what is happening in authoritarian regimes. We had in the 50s, for example, in Poland, 1956, and in 1970s, in the 80s, we had situations where the society was just, had no patience anymore. So we had this explosion. So every 10 years it happened in the Polish People's Republic. But we are not experiencing democratic changes because local governments are, facing this conflict and solving this conflict on the local level. And this is all building trust of citizens. So this helps to or fosters building a country with a disinterested social activism. Thus, territorial communities can have some discussions or debates with the central government. But it has a double legitimation. But on one hand, thanks to the direct elections by citizens of this region, and also a democratic legitimization by the constitution, which are and laws which are introduced by the parliament. So what was happening in the recent years in Europe, you can say this is also because we became lazy. We had this very illusory feeling of security and safety. So we started to treat necessary reforms of self-government in a way that it was only focusing on efficiency and accountability. And the element of democratic fundaments was more or less in the shadow. And now we see how bad this thought was, that we underestimated the national governments and didn't see them as a sort of tool which will save the democracy. Ursula von der Leyen was suggesting that European funds will be spent mostly in regions. No, that funds that have been spent in regions will become more centralized, and that the central power, MOOC, can use this like it was in Poland during the 8 years. This probably would not lead to the successes we had during the previous government, because this was subnational governments which had a very pluralistic character. We had supporters of the leftist parties, and the rightist parties, and the central parties. So it was a stable base where we had a full political life. Is the local government this perfect structure now? We can ask ourselves this question. No. We also have clans full of nepotism. We also sometimes encounter corruption. The municipality can sometimes very egoistically promote or push own interests against the common good, for example, by building incineration plants or sewage treatment plants. And this means that their own interests become a certain element of the legal circulation. In the Western civilizations, except micro countries, we don't have countries which do not have any local governments, but it's still underestimated. Their role is underestimated. If local governments can survive the end of democracy, good question. The local governments, it was during the Hitler times that the local governments are starved. Those authoritarian or totalitarian countries are trying to starve self-government. So they are screwing, they're tightening the screws, the financial screws, and giving them more and more tasks, so that the anger of the people of the local communities is directed against the local government. This is intentional, with cold-blooded intention, and it was very well tried and applied by Hitler. And in this case, we have some sort of hollowing out of self-governments, where half the self-government remains as empty shell, basically. If we say that hypocrisy is is a sort of virtue or honor that crime pays to virtue, so both communism and fascism did that. They did not liquidate, they didn't remove the self-governments entirely. They just released or created empty shells. The communism, we also were not facing a situation where they were saying we are removing self-governments, but they were suggesting or proposing a better form. No elites will be governing, but the working masses. But on the other hand, we also need the self-government so that our country becomes this Republic of Soviets, like where we have this conception from top down, like based on the Lenin conception, where we have this council on top, And this was a social system which was more or less applying to the entire Eastern Bloc. We all had those national councils, and we had this deformed system, which was basically pretending to be a local government system. We had all those kind of, we can say, periods of self-government, but there was maybe one small difference. Those councils were not freely elected, but the party was nominating the representatives, so the members of this council. So the central power was completely dominating the legislative power. And the party was also governing and controlling the local government. Sometimes it was more or less like a decoration, yeah, where we had different parties, but they were also hollowed out. They were just empty shells. And this shows finally the connection or the link between this local government and democracy. If we will abandon democracy, then the local government remains just an empty shell. How long can local government survive in an authoritarian system? Usually it's 2 or 3 years. Even in the totalitarian systems, the elimination of local governments takes usually 2 or 3 years. In authoritarian countries, the local governments can survive longer. And if he remains, or if it remains, it's usually also the source of a renaissance or the rebirth of democracy, if he's not killed by entirely. I started with a quote by Gassa, and I will end with Gassa, where we have strong local governments. Fascism and authoritarian systems and totalitarian systems cannot grow or put down roots in the initial stage. And this is the most important stage. Gassa thought it was middle of the war, and he thought that the Third Reich is a totalitarian country, it is a centralized country. It is mobilizing all powers and all resources for one goal, like today, the Russian Federation. But at the same time, it's damaging the regeneration of the country and of the system and of the society. We can always kind of turn up to terror and oppression, but this renewal will not happen. And this renewal is the source of the strengths of the Western civilization. But if the local government is well fed, also in democracies who are sometimes out of stupidity are against local governments, but if it's a still healthy and strong local government, so we have different attitudes. In this case, the residents are not really, have not this tendency to flee or escape from violence, from freedom, because they have the feeling of security. Local governments and democracy is rooted in the local traditions, local customs. So we have social psychology as well, where Gassa, and in Poland it was Kaśnica, they both discovered how much social trust, acceptancy, like the local governments are a decisive factor for the survival of the state. And it has to be a local government which is abiding the law, which is respecting the law. So we are basically switching the arguments. If democracy, yes, but these local governments are not so important. According to Gassa, he said democracy functions because we have a strong and accepted local government. Unfortunately, my time is running out. I see some signals I should come slowly to an end. But it's also important how to underline, to stress and highlight how important the solidarity movement was in Poland for the reintroduction of real self-government. When the roundtable negotiations happened in Poland, so all these negotiations and all of those smaller groups, in all these smaller groups and all the bigger groups, they found compromises. But there was one topic which had some discrepancies. It was subnational governments. The communist authority understood that this means the end of this system, that this means a fundamental change. I will not talk about also the weaknesses which we have in the local government level, also the reforms which are not, maybe it's not perfect always. But finally, I would like to say that the successful systemic transformation in Poland is to large part the result of a successful introduction of or the local government reforms. Today, it's endangered by populism and parts of some populistic narrations, because part of this narration is that people are dissatisfied with the country, and also this ontological dissatisfaction. But this is a different story. Maybe we can explore it during another conference. Thank you very much.
Und Entschuldigung, aber am Anfang hatte ich Schwierigkeiten.
Okay, thank you very much for this great presentation and the introduction to our further topics. Please, Professor Donat, if you can take the floor. The microphone is also yours.
So hello, everybody, and thank you for having me at this conference. And we are now going to switch the perspective, and I want to invite you to dig deep with me into empirical data. So after some very interesting opening and conceptual remarks, we are now going to go into the empirics. And my presentation actually addresses a topic that has been raised by the organizers, whether the local level can be regarded as a savior to European democracy. And perhaps I'm going to make some critical remarks on this, inviting us to keep our expectations somehow realistic about this issue, but you will see what this study is going to present. So citizens' expectations on local democracy, I'm reporting on data we have conducted within a research project on actually the role of regional parliaments, but we investigated all levels of multi-level democracy. So of course, local democracy has also been part of our investigation. So this is just a brief overview of my presentation, some conceptual considerations. And as I said, it's going to be an empirical paper. So I'm going to introduce some hypotheses, and the method main part will be dedicated to the results. And I'm going to finish with some discussion. The topic I want to raise here is about closeness to citizens, and the regional or subnational and local level is often deemed to be closer to citizens, but we actually don't know what that means. Piotr states that thanks to the involvement of lower levels of government, this relates perhaps to your remarks, policymaking can more closely reflect local citizens' preferences and hence be more legitimate. But the subnational level, as you all are aware of, finds itself somehow in a sandwich position. So it is responsible for the implementation of EU legislation, for example. On the other hand side, it is always expected to communicate the EU to the citizens or to reflect the wishes of the citizens and post them to the upper levels. So it's a quite tricky position. We all know that. And it is somehow expected that trust perhaps from the lower levels can spill up to the upper levels in EU multi-level systems. So when we find trust at the local and regional level, perhaps this can spill over to the national and European level in EU's multi-level system. So as I said, closeness to citizens, what does this actually mean? And we did some research on this notion. And actually, it's quite unclear. So is it about physical closeness? Is it about congruence in attitudes and opinions? Is it about trust? We found it more being a kind of political buzzword than a scientific term. So it's quite tricky to define it. In a huge survey, an international survey across several European regions, colleagues from the Netherlands found that an average constituency member is approximately 115 hours per month physically present in the constituency. And there are, of course, many ways to conduct this constituency work. And MPs will try to select the most rewarding ones, of course. And this project compared various ways of doing this constituency work, getting in contact with the citizens. As you can see, there are huge differences across the countries when it comes to events, when it comes to appointment office hours with citizens. So there are actually huge international differences in these terms. When it comes to the establishment of trust, which is of course linked to this notion of closeness to citizens, the social scientist Anthony Giddens distinguished two ways of establishing trust. And the first one is about face work commitment, he called this, which means that one engages in direct contact. So closeness, as we already seen, can be seeking direct contact in situations of co-presence. But this is typically for pre-modern or local societies. And the other way of establishing trust can be by faceless commitment or by expertise, which is perhaps more typical for modern societies, since we cannot have contact to the citizens every day. So this can be established by faith in symbolic tokens or expert systems, and is linked to the citizens via access points, which is in the political system in terms of elections. So the research questions, or the questions we posed in this paper, the presentation is based on, are the following. So which influence do different indicators, this face work and faceless commitment of closeness to citizens, have in trust in parliaments? And secondly, as I said, a big research issue, but also of practical concern, is whether we can find some spillover effects between the different levels in the EU's multi-level system concerning the trust in parliament. And there are two competing theses, so to speak. The first one is the proximity thesis that says, yes, local parliaments can serve as a trust in other parliaments. And the second one is a bit in opposition to this, stating that concerning the congruence or compensation theory, the national parliaments actually serve as benchmarks when it comes to evaluate the European Parliament. As I said, the data I'm presenting has been conducted within a huge research project, international research project, investigating the role actually of regional parliaments in the EU's multi-level system. Turning to the hypothesis we developed, so the first one states that perceived expertise is more important than personal contact, referring to this aspect that Giddens said that direct contact is more typical to pre-modern and local societies. We are now part of a modern society. And concerning the other two hypotheses, we are testing those competing theories, so to speak. First one about H2, about proximity. Subnational parliaments can be a source of trust for the European Parliament. And the opposite, national parliaments serve actually as the benchmark. We included some control variables in our citizen survey: age, gender, education, so to speak, the usual suspects. And the data we used is a public opinion survey we did in 12 regions in 6 EU member states, and we can discuss the selection of the regions later on. It's always a matter of discussion when I'm presenting this data. We have included several indicators in our considerations, and like geography, political system, but also we talked a lot about regional identity with some country experts from the EDM, for example. So this resulted in the data set you can see on the right-hand side. We conducted the data in 2022. It's quite representative, despite of the Polish data, we find slightly more higher educated respondents in Poland. Now, turning to the results. Trust in parliaments. What can we find among our regions? Not very surprisingly, the trust in the subnational level is quite high. So we see that local and regional parliaments are trusted very well. But what surprised us is that trust in the European Parliament is not that bad either. Recognizing the distance that is always claimed that the European Parliament has, so we thought that it did quite well in this survey. Next, we have been interested in various ways of having contact with parliaments, and we offered respondents an item battery, including classical ways of having contact, but also included social media. And in general, we find that contact happens rather seldom. As you can see in the last column, has not happened yet. It happens a little bit more often at the subnational level again. And what we also find when you see the last 3 rows, homepage, social media activities, they are perhaps sometimes a bit overrated, so they do not occur that very much. And finally, I don't want to bother you with statistics. So I will try to figure this out in own words so that you can see the main results. So we have been interested, it's a bit hidden by this bar on the top. So what we did was to compare influence factors on trust in the local and trust in the European Parliament. So in the left column is about trust in local parliament, the right one about trust in European Parliament. And we asked for several influence factors, as I said, age, education, the regional context, and so on. And we find rather low influence of these factors, so they are not very important. Some of them are significant, but the numbers are really low. What yielded an effect was actually the self-assessed knowledge of citizens about the parliament, how well they feel informed about the parliament itself. And concerning our interest in this closeness thing, we had those 2 indicators: contact to the parliament and perceived expertise of MPs about opinions and living conditions of the citizens. So we followed Giddens, operationalizing one indicator on contact and the other one on expertise. We found that expertise is more relevant. So citizens do not expect MPs to have direct contact all the time with them, but they want to have them a sound knowledge about opinions and living conditions of citizens themselves. And concerning those spillover effects, the role of the subnational level, we find the trust in local and regional parliament are associated. And on the other hand side, trust in national and European parliament are associated, but we didn't find this spillover effect. So perhaps the role of the subnational level is sometimes a bit overrated in this aspect. So obviously, the four kinds of parliaments address rather different aspects in political life. So summarizing, as I said, perceived expertise is more important than direct contact. So this physical proximity is not key in modern societies for generating trust. We didn't find this spillover effect, so perhaps we have to slow down our expectations a little bit on the role of the subnational level. That's what I just said, expectations towards the subnational level. And what has been really interesting to us was that citizens do not expect politicians to visit every marketplace, to shake hands, to cuddle babies and so on. Nor do they expect them to have complete congruence in attitudes and opinions, like populists always make us feel that's very important, but they want them to have this sound knowledge about opinions and living conditions. So that has been very important to us when thinking about an item, a question in the survey. We do not want to follow this populist notion of congruence, but we want to offer an item which is about opinions and living conditions. And this expertise can be generated by direct contact, but it can also be perhaps generated by consulting social sciences analysis and reports and data. I mean, everything is here. We just have to use it. Concerning the advantages of the subnational in terms of trust, we saw quite remarkable levels of trust. Perhaps it's also due to the media presence, to the ease to demonstrate expertise via this local and regional media. It's very popular in Austria, actually. And of course, we're still lacking a European public media sphere. And concerning the European Parliament, perhaps also some of our respondents did not thought of it as a full parliament because it lacks the right to initiative. So these are just some food for thought, so to speak, and thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much for this interesting presentation and the data, which is quite interesting. We'll go back to this in the discussion, I think. But for now, Professor Havlik.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Vratislav Havlik, and I'm from the Masaryk University in Brno. We are actually two persons here today with having problems with speaking. I'm the other one, so hopefully I can keep speaking during the whole presentation. This is a definitely interesting topic I'm going to present to you, but I have to warn you that it's in progress, the research. I only started the research. So it's an outcome of my long-term interest, but still I did collect just a bit of data. So I did like 4 or 5 interviews from the 30, 40, or how much am I planning? So that's the difference, unfortunately, to my predecessor in presenting. Good. Still, I am trying at least to present the problem I'm researching and attract you to a topic which is very topical now today in Czech Republic, namely the metropolization and the questions on democracy with metropolization. So making metropolitan cities, metropolitan regions, agglomeration regions, and so on. So quite different topic than what we discussed before. Yes, I start first of all with the first slide. I switched 2 slides. Good. From an academic point of view, or looking at the context where we are or what we are speaking about, we speak here more or less about new regionalism and its consequences. let's say after 2007, there was this trend in the EU of territorial agenda, the topics within the territorial agenda, ideas what could be done better in regional development. The idea of European Commission, no, of course, not only of European Commission, because the territorial agenda was previously an intergovernmental agenda of member states, but still European Commission got inspired, and its idea was to promote more competitiveness in regional development. The idea that one size fits all was put aside. We are not supporting the traditional regions, the old regions, to the same extent anymore. We are looking for new types of regions which could do A, more competition in regional development, and B, they could fit more to the need of our times. And therefore we looked behind the border of the city. We looked at the not just surroundings of the city, but also at the little cities and villages behind the city where the real life is being lived. So the people from suburbs, the people from little cities are coming every day to, let's say, Brno, and then back to their little city dozens of kilometers away. And this new logic was taken into account also not only but also by European Commission, and it started to support making of new regions also financially. So within the national allocations from structural funds, we find more and more space for or incentives for making new regions. Those new regions, of course, look like differently in member states. Some member states did not implement it at all. So they didn't make any new regions because it's not a must. The spatial policy is the solemn competence of member states. It's not a shared policy of European integration. So they have just the say, but still they were supported by the EU Commission to do so. Some of them implemented, some of them made new regions, like Czech Republic. In Czech Republic, we have been having since 2014 7 agglomeration areas. And if we look at the map after 2021, we have already 13 or 14 agglomeration areas. 3 of them are even called metropolitan cities, so they have even higher rank. More or less, the business is the same. What's the problem? The problem is that those ideas coming from EU Commission have some negative externalities. Not necessarily negative, but definitely externalities which were not planned. This is typically the business that the externality is not planned. And now what are those? So what is the problem for academy when speaking about metropolization? We have old regions versus new regions. That came to some changes in the arena of governance. For example, in Czech Republic, but not only in Czech Republic, we might have observed tensions between old regions and new regions. So the old regions didn't like so much the establishment of new regions because of course, the cake of money got more little, or the piece of cake they could have got from the overall allocation of structural funds. At least that was observed pretty much in Czech Republic, also to a certain extent in Italy and so on. But I'm speaking here about a different problem than those tensions. I open it a bit because perhaps within discussion that could draw interest of you, therefore, but my main issue is the technocratic form of decision making. That was a side product of my previous research. I wasn't researching that at all. I just spoke with representatives of old regions and with representatives of those new metropolitan cities, and I researched in how far or why did those tensions, those quarrels between them occur, and whether they are rising in time or decreasing and so on. But when I was speaking to them, I found out that it's always everything about civil servants. It's not about politicians. And of course, when I asked about, like, Yeah, but you are saying you went there, you decided that that was your idea, and it was still speaking with civil servants. And I asked myself, where are those politicians? Because our imagination about how local democracy would work is, of course, civil servants are there to make the materials, to make support, but then the politicians are those making decisions. And here I found a different picture. And I asked about it, and they made impression they are not understanding what I am asking. They still make, even today, but they start to understand because they are too much used to the system. So their answer was, politicians are definitely approving in the end. Politicians are those who are controlling. But I said, yes, but that's what I definitely know. That's the system always. But still, you must admit that if you like those new regions, and if you like at everything else, so at the previous agenda, at the non-European agenda or the non-metropolitan agenda, then the control of politicians is considerably higher. And then they started to understand and admit it, at least those few respondents I had in this first round in last weeks and months, that there is something on. Namely, this agenda was done in such a rush speed that, of course, those democratic mechanisms were not adapted to it. So the outcome is that the role of the manager of many metropolitan areas is considerably higher than we would expect. Of course, all of those steps of the manager are approved by politicians. Who are the politicians? That's probably the explanation of the overall problem. Those are not the politicians from the city hall, because the metropolitan area is shared by many communities, by many cities. So they meet in a room. The role of the politicians of the core city is of course less important than the role, or less important. It is shared with politicians from other communities, because if you have, for example, 100 communities in representatives of them in one assembly, then you need somebody who coordinates, and the role of the coordinator, of course, arises, at least this informal role. And the overall outcome is, in the first years now, what we can observe in metropolization or in metropolitan governance, that the manager, even if being formally controlled, decides a lot. He is not only the opinion maker, he is not only the one who prepares materials, but he proposes things, and those things are by consensus nearly always approved. I looked at the reports of the sessions of this decision committee of this metropolitan area of Brno, and I got the impression that everything is decided by the consensus, and that the manager of the metropolitan area, again, as I already said, gets more or less what he wants. Why is it so? It's here I have the most important results. It's because they got used to it, the politicians. Something was the setup, which started in the preparation phase of the period 2014 to 2020. So we speak here about years 2012, 2013, 2014. In that phase, the civil servants were crucial. So they presented a new topic being downloaded from the EU to politicians for whom it was something completely new. They just saw the money, nothing else. And then they were able to rise or produce trust between civil servants and politicians. Politicians started to trust civil servants in that agenda because it was incredibly complex and ununderstandable for them. it's not saying they are incapable. It's not saying they are stupid, the politicians. They're of course not. But it's too quick to get informed in such a complex era, which people are studying for years at universities. The more, if we speak about EU agenda, most of those technocratic forms of decision making I can at least observe are typical for agendas around European Union stuff. And this is just one example of them. So there was made trust between civil servants and politicians in the preparation phase. And then if we look at the implementation phase, which are more or less the last 10 years, so 2014 to 2024, we just observe a path dependency. The trust was done. Politicians are, of course, there to approve. There is, of course, a steering committee for picking up projects in the metropolitan area, but the considerable role of civil servants was maintained. I asked whether they do not want to, whether it's an advantage or disadvantage, because I didn't look normatively at it. Of course, civil servants try to explain me that it's the only way and it's too complex agenda and they are not doing things in the wrong way. And I even did not make suspicion that there is democracy deficit or tried to be polite. But they said that the problem is that even if they asked politicians to be more included, more involved in the whole process, they are not interested. They denied that, which is of course an obstacle in the process of institutionalization of those new regions, because if there is not the political force to fight for them, then the planned law, which is on the table, which has been on the table for the last 5-6 years, to make it a how has it been, Rechtsperson, the public law, everybody being able to fight for them. And on the other side, we have the regions, which are of course bigger than the city and then the metropoliticity, where the politicians are used to fight for the regions. So on one side we have regions represented by politicians, and on this side we have metropolitan cities more or less represented by civil servants, even if officially by politicians. But those are not interested because, as I said, and this is the main point, the power is shared. The power is shared because you have more entities within one metropolitan area. So my conclusion is, and my conclusion are research questions, because as I said, I am now starting with that thing. Even if I already know quite some things about, it's still the start, not the end. I will be asking who actually governs the metropolitan areas. What is the role of civil servants and politicians compared to traditional governance in the old regions? Because I have strong suspicion it's different. It's very much different, but I have to get sure in which way is different, why is it different, in how far is it different, and so on. How does the communication between civil servants, elected representatives, and, if relevant, also between other stakeholders, work in metropolitan areas? Is there an increase in tension or, on the contrary, an improvement in cooperation? So, for example, in intermunicipal cooperation. And also for academic purpose, I'm asking what conceptual innovation of the multi-level governance can be drawn from our findings. Scholars speak more and more a little bit as using it as an allegory about multi-level administration, not multi-level governance, in order to stress that yeah, those levels of governance are connected, but who are those levels? Are those really politicians, or are those civil servants, officials, so the executive staff at the town halls, but not really the politicians? And that might differ on the respective levels of governance. On one level, we found there are politicians, at the other level, typically in those new regions, those civil servants. They are cross-communicating. So those were more or less the topics I wanted to show you. What I'm researching now, topics which are definitely not applying only to Czech Republic, but possibly, not necessarily, because I do not have the data yet, but possibly also to other countries where metropolitan cities were established, which are Italy, of course, Poland, of course, and many other. And we have also states where there is long tradition of metropolitan governments, like Germany, but where those actors were not established because of EU money or because of European incentives, European laws. So that country, for instance, Germany, will be also put as a control variable to my data collection. So thank you very much.
It's a great presentation as well. So I have a lot of questions on my own, but just to say, I think the three presentations that we had touched on slightly different topics, but nicely connect in certain ways, which I really liked. So jumping straight into maybe the questions for our presenters, I would go with the final presentation first, but it touches upon all three. So what is the role of politicians, and who is exactly considered to be a politician? Not how we conceptualize a politician, so connected with representative democracy, but so then if we have on one side civil servants who have a big role in metropolitan areas, and as I assume they have also a great role in local democracy and EU democracy as well. There are plenty of, let's say, maybe not civil servants on the EU level, but advisors, right, working with politicians. So I would have to each one of you a question: what is the role then of politicians and those civil servers or advisors? And maybe for each one of you in a particular different way the question could be structured. So first of all, to Professor Havlik, so isn't then maybe a need to reconsider, to transform maybe the role of civil servants around a more political role in metropolitan areas, right? So to have civil servants be silent politicians in a way. Is it possible or not? Or what is the role of politicians then in those areas? In how maybe, what do you think would be possible to engage them more? And then to Professor Donat, so I have this question. So politicians have, as you showed in your data, have the most contact on the local level with the constituencies. But what about then those civil servants, right? Can we also say that, because there is at least on the local level, there is probably a direct contact. But what about then the faceless contact? What would be the experience of us engaging with the local civil servants, and whether this would influence our perception of democracy and maybe trust generation? And I'm also very curious because I think maybe this is only my image of European democracy in general, but this is very technocratic and bureaucracy governed. So maybe there is the key to maybe look at civil servants, and whether, if we have a very good idea of civil servants, let's say, in our day-to-day activity, maybe we will think more positively about civil servants on the EU level, and this will influence democracy. And then to Professor Lipowicz, maybe this will be the most general and most difficult question, but then how should we then, how politicians and civil servants, what should they do to sustain democracy on the local level, but then again be able to be politicians, so gain support, fight for votes, which also means that they will have to use plurality, right? They will have to produce more plurality, but then kind of try to build unity, right? So there is a big problem, but particularly if you could talk a little bit about Poland, that would be great. Thank you. So that's for starters. I don't want to make it too long.
Yeah. So, thank you for the question. When I was listening to it, I came on the idea that I didn't stress an important thing here, that this relationship between politicians and civil servants, of course, varies over the 4 years periods strongly, considerably. All of my respondents stressed it, that you have situations where the politician is interested in those agendas, but even in those cases, he gives a really big room for maneuver, because it's still EU, and EU is EU. EU is always boring. EU is not a topic so interesting for voters like kindergartens, like making roads and so on. But it's still the positive case if the politician is interested. But there were also situations where the agenda was being given to a 23 years old member of the administration of the city, so of the government of the city, a pirate or somebody who never heard, nothing against, he definitely is an expert on other fields, but never heard on metropolitan cities, and he still was the authority deciding or controlling the civil servants. So there are also such funny situations. Funny because that's not effective control, one could say, but that always can occur. So I think like that the politician is not well informed. But my point is definitely, but in European agendas, there is much more chance that it will occur, because simply those topics are not discussed, of course, in elections. Those are non-topics for voters, even if, and I didn't mention here the statistic number, even if for these 7 years we are now in, so 21 to 27, just the metropolitan area of Brno has allocation of 350 million euro. It's a considerable amount of money. It's much less they ever got before this program, these integrated territorial investments, it's being called in the way, started. So but still the control is low. So on your question, it's varying on time. Who are the politicians? If you ask the politicians, they would say everything is fine, the same way as civil servants say everything is fine, because of course they do not give themselves feedback. They are just living in it, so they would treat it as a irrelevant question, not your question, but in general. They're also sometimes looking at me that what am I asking? Because if you are living in for 12 years, if you have been living for 12 years in a certain environment, you already, and if you don't get such a type of feedback, you are not knowing what technocratic means. But it's very much different if you compare it with any other conservative policy areas of decision making. Yeah. So it wasn't the right answer on your question, because you ask who is politician, who not. That's too abstract for me. Perhaps later, when you then more specify, or when I see more the point, then I can even comment more on it.
Concerning the role of civil servants, actually this concept of closeness to citizens comes from public administration, but more in a processual way, referring to that public services or public administration should be easily accessible to citizens and so on. But nevertheless, I think we shouldn't leave out the politicians from their responsibility, because we've also found in our survey that citizens are very much aware of this ongoing Europeanization, affecting their daily lives and their circumstances of living and so on. This does not mean that all of them are fans of Europe or the EU or Europeanization, but they recognize it's affecting our lives, and they actually want politicians to care about it. So like Vratislav Havlik said, this attitude he found, that politicians do not want to have this topic politicized and institutionalized, and they perhaps leave it more to the civil servants. It's not the opinion of the citizens themselves. They want politicians to care about this. And we also conducted a survey among regional MPs, and it has been quite challenging to convince them to participate in a survey on European integration. The EDM has been involved, and the staff knows how challenging this was to us. So what we can see is that there is actually some gap, because citizens demand politicians to get active and to increase their knowledge and their expertise. Of course, they're lacking time and resources and so on. We are aware of this, but what we found is that there is some pressure from the side of citizens as well to politicians to get active in these aspects.
Thank you very much for these studies, particularly because these studies, how to say it, they are confirming certain elements about which I was also thinking in my presentation. Firstly, we see that it would be necessary to ring the alarm a bit, that we are taking the turn towards more technocratic systems, like it was very well shown in those presentations, and also how the different researches by Professor Donat have shown. People do not turn their backs on politics and politicians, but they don't want to experience them or politics they don't want to perceive them as people who just walking around and shaking hands. We have this gap here. We have this gap because we have this conviction, we have this opinion, a superstition even, that this is decisive for the success of members of a self-government. It also applies to Poland. People are sometimes becoming impatient because of these, superficial manifestations which are hollow inside. So my theory, which I was stating at the beginning, is being confirmed, that in Poland also we have many loud voices which are calling for introducing these metropolitan areas. Professor Szlanta was writing a lot about this, and he was like a leader in this movement. So we are treating this creation of metropolitan areas and agglomerations as a natural element of the development of local government. So this is awesome. I'm really waiting for your results for your studies, because results of the studies which we analyze in Poland. So we have to be careful. If we give power away to technocratic authorities, so on one hand, we see politicians only like a sort of a decoration. And if this happens, then we will lose something very important, very relevant for us. At the same time, in Poland, we have to face a specific situation, because the citizens want a very effective, well-working self-government, local government. And the sympathies turned away at some point from those municipal councils or county councils, which were very much politicized, or provincial councils, so those local parliaments. And this resulted in a change of law, which strengthened the law of these local government administrations. At the same time, we don't have this civil servants in the sense of core or how you say of a body of civil servants. We have mayors, we have heads of municipalities, mayors of large cities, but their role has been strengthened. So it was the reaction against the previously much too high and much too important role of local politicians. So at this time, if we look at the doctrinal elements and also surveys, also by Dr. Trutkowski, who is representing this foundation in support of local democracy, they say that there was a disbalancing towards or in favor of the local government, and it was harmful to the representative element. So there is this warning that we need to pay attention to this, and if we don't, we will lose the local governments to populists. So this was visible during the 8 recent years of populism, where the populism was victorious. It was kind of controlling it, but having triumphs in Poland. So we have one element for this discomfort of the citizens. So this was the result. This was the driving the populistic movements, and there was this concept that the central government is defending your interests, and the local governments are suspicious. Yeah, so this concept was shifting towards this. So introducing this idea that local governments are inefficient. So in order to keep this balance, first we have really appreciate, again, at least in Poland, we have to appreciate those local councils, so those local parliaments and local politicians. And secondly, we need to fight corruption and nepotism. So we need to fight for trust of the citizens. And thirdly, we need to restore the institutional balance in this area. Was very interesting what she was showing, you were showing, Professor Donat, this research showed, I don't know if you paid attention to this, but we have in many countries a very low position of the European Parliament in these results. The European Union in our countries of new democracies had money for everything. For roads, for kindergartens, for everything. But they didn't have money for cohesion funds, for fighting discrimination. In our countries, it was the case. And now this is the result. Also in the field of acceptance of the European Parliament. When it comes to this topic, this is relatively high in Poland, because the European Parliament was considered as a savior or defender of democracy in the recent years. So we are maybe have a exceptional situation in Poland. We're a bit different. At the same time, I'm very happy that you reminded us of this MLA theory. I talked about Margaret Thatcher, where Europe just left this path of democracy, this local democracy, and now we have a next theory, which, according to my opinion, is also leading to nowhere, which is a dead end, because we have a situation where the national parliament and the national administration is losing a lot of competencies in favor of the European Union. And we really have to pay attention and keep an eye on it, because in Poland, it was very visible in the recent 8 years. They are recompensating it by taking these powers from the local governments and the regional governments. There was an attempt to take over it instead of introducing a reform of the central administration. And the sandwich position was mentioned is exactly in this area. So this means, okay, we take the competencies and authorities from the lower level. So this was a recentralization. This was the answer. When it comes to the old and new regions, I think this is a big risk. I think it was a mistake to make this competition between regions. This also exposes us to certain risks. If to use the biblical language, we need to do this, but not to neglect the other things. The old regions have experienced the social harm, and the fund, which is in Silesia, in Upper Silesia, this is a just transformation fund. So it's called Just Transformation Fund. It's money which is used for just transformation. If we don't want to repeat this American Rust Belt situation in Europe, and we know what are the consequences of this situation where old industries are basically falling apart, and also the society is falling apart in these areas. We need to invest in new regions. That's why. But if we want to save democracy in Europe, we need to remember also about the balance in the old regions, the old industrial region and their transformation. Maybe I will end with an anecdote. I will say, when we were looking with despair in our eyes in the early 90s, we were watching what's happening. I was MP from an old, very industrial region for 8 years. Upper Silesia, and so we were closing one mine after the other, unemployment at 20–25%. And we organized a conference with representatives of the regions, and our desperate question was, what shall we do now? There was also this German regions, this Pipe Basin, also Pas-de-Calais, Andalusia, Pittsburgh from America. So we're representatives for these regions, industrial regions. Most brutal were the American experts in their views. They said, you can't do anything. You have to prepare for a complete disaster, complete fall. For 20 years, you will have slums and poverty, but then with time, new industries will emerge. And in 50 years, this region will start to rejuvenate, to start to regenerate. So you need to understand, we, of course, were not very positive about this reactions. Europe had better responses. So Poland has benefited from it, but for example, there was not money enough to make it in the German rural area. So Upper Silesia is slowly growing again and dynamically, and it's on the best way to become a logistic hub for medicine, for science. And Pittsburgh, for example, also has a very good university, but we see that the political moods in Pittsburgh are as they are, or like they are. So this didn't come naturally, this was a result of 30 years of our hard work, but the old regions in Poland did look completely different today. And this arrogant recipes which those American colleagues were presenting to us, they just didn't come true. So this is my conclusion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So we have still a couple of minutes if there are questions from the people here in the room. Or...
Malwina, Talik, thank you very much for 3 excellent presentations. I have one question and one brief comment, but it's mainly at Elizabeth, Donat, but everyone is very much welcome to comment on it. So Elizabeth, what you said is actually very reassuring because it seems that citizens value expertise much more than this Bürgernähe and closeness. But how can we define this expertise? Is it really about education, years of experience, or is it also about values, shared worldview? That would be my question. And the comment is that in Austria and Germany, we have seen that in the regions were very often the canaries in a coal mine, because this is where we could have seen that parties with populist tendencies and parties which have certain anti-democratic sentiment were winning. And because in Germany and Austria, unlike in Poland, the elections do not take place all at the same time, but like one by one, we could have observed what's going to happen at the central level. So my question would be maybe if we can always see regions as a strong cause of democracy, or rather as those canaries in a coal mine. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. What kind of expertise? As I already tried to demonstrate with this item, which is about opinions and living conditions, and added in my comment in the discussion before, the survey gives us also an impression that citizens are very much aware of this Europeanization and of these processes which Vratislav described as the perhaps dissolutions of levels, or what we call in social sciences scales, that the scales, the different levels, the local, the regional, the national, and the European level are intertwining even more, are constantly in motion to each other, are referring to each other. We find metropolitan areas with suburbs dissolving the borders between the cities and the regions and so on. And all these developments result in practical problems to the citizens, and they want politicians to find simply solutions to them and to improve living conditions in a very down-to-earth way, in my opinion. And they are aware that this is embedded in this process of Europeanization and that they are part of a larger constituency. We also ask them who the regional politicians should represent when it comes to European matters. And the results show us that citizens are aware that regional decisions impact the European level and vice versa. So they do not have this limited view so that regional politicians should stick only to the region, but they should consider this European perspective as well in their decision making. Of course, regions are very limited. They have limited competences in the multi-level system, but the only thing that citizens ask the politicians is to consider this European perspective and to be aware of impacts decisions have at the regional level and vice versa. So yeah, I think that this expertise really includes some sound knowledge of these processes of Europeanization also at the societal level. And as I said before, we found mixed evidence among the regional MPs to get really engaged in these topics. So it was really hard to convince them to participate in our research. And we often heard from the parliaments, that's not a huge topic to us. And it's actually very low on our agenda. So I think there is some space, although it's limited, of course, within the EU, but regions or regional politicians really should get into this topic because citizens demand it somehow.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question concerning the Czech case. Thank you very much for this presentation. Concerning your question, I mean, it's a bit tricky because if I look from the classical perspective on your question, then there is a quite clear division between politics and administration, you know, this dichotomy, politics and administration. But if I take into account like fresher or newer concepts, starting with policy, public policy making and so on, good governance and so on, there are much higher groups or much higher numbers of groups of those who we consider stakeholders. And therefore, I would like to ask you, like, in this case, who are the agents of change, whether they are politicians or you call them civil servants, because we know the cases where civil servants were more political than politicians themselves from the practical point of view. And then the second question is, do you see some quick wins which can be sold by politicians concerning or in the field of this metropolitan governance in the Czech Republic? Do they see some quick wins because they have term of office and they need to sell something to their voters? So at the regional level, they knew their competencies, powers, and so on. They know what to do. Concerning the local level, the same. But then there is a new entity, which is not the constituency for them. It's broader, it goes beyond. So what's the quick win for them? The first question, who is the agent of change in this regard? Or maybe agents, maybe there are more stakeholders.
So I start with the second question, and then I definitely forget the first one, but I will ask again. So the quick wins. I mean, the politicians definitely sell the products of the metropolitan area, but they do not sell it as metropolitan area. They do not tell the voters those new nice buildings and buses and roads we did are a product of metropolitan area. I'm pretty sure, unfortunately, I do not have any data, and I can imagine there are some data, but I don't know them. But I can imagine when I ask now the people on the street, how many of you know that you live in the metropolitan area of Brno, then 80% wouldn't know that it exists. I'm pretty sure. When I speak to people about my research, nobody knows what it is. So it's my personal impression, which shows, yes, they sell it. They are happy about that money which comes to the metropolitan area, but it's not politicized at all. So the quick wins are, yeah, they present themselves before the elections, showing what everything we did, how the city prospers under our rule, but they do not connect it necessarily to EU money. And if they connect it to EU money, then definitely not to the metropolitan area. So the brand in the eyes of citizens, I do not say doesn't exist. It's improving, but very slowly. Many don't know that it exists. And the first question, yeah, who is the agent of change? I still think, but it's only unfortunately impression. It's a strong impression, but only impression still. I still think the agent of change is the administration, not the politics. You see, now I use new words, not civil servant. Civil servant, I don't think it's the best expression I could have used. It's just because of my English. I could call them officials. I could call them administration. So it's just the dichotomy of administration and politics I wanted to stress. So I still mean very strong role is, or so the agent, etc. Those who have vision. That's maybe the answer on your question. Are people from administration in this on this field of study. maybe in other areas, in other policies is different. I said, of course, there is a huge gap, a physical gap between caring on kindergartens and a metropolitan city. So in case of kindergartens, there will be still politicians probably, because it's a lovely topic also for speaking to citizens before elections and so on. But in case of metropolization, I still think those who are coming with ideas, visions, how could it be done? What are the better projects or less preferred projects? Those will be people from administration. I have the strong feeling. It was a bit different in the previous four years period, when this agenda was under a different politician, or when there was different mayor. But now I have the feeling the mayor of Brno likes that agenda, but she trusts politicians. I mean, she leaves it, administration, excuse me. She trusts administration, she leaves it for administration. Just bring that money, make those projects. I trust you. So the agent of change is now, I think, administration, because they have also the how is it being called, institutional memory. They are, once again, it's so complex agenda that there are guys dealing with the topic more than 10 years, even in extreme cases 14 years. So maybe also for those reasons they have so strong position, because the metropolitan area is a product of integrated development. You have to keep in mind dozens of projects at the same time. They should be interconnected. And this is too harsh task for some politicians. I'm not underestimating them. I'm not excusing them. I try to explain. Yeah.
Like what I would recommend you during your further research, try to look also on those who could be called policy entrepreneurs, and maybe, or perhaps you could be surprised that they came from business, because actually metropolitan governance is not about decision of administrators. Yeah, it's about the life, about the real economy, about, yes, because this is metropolitan way of thinking. Yeah, so maybe there are other stakeholders who actually like provide the thoughts which are then translated by administrators. And I don't like to blame administrators that their intentions are wrong or whatever, but I don't consider like, let's make metropolitan area, thanks to decision from administrators, the right one, but just my perspective.
I definitely support your point. Thank you so much for it. I have already a list of wished like 18, 22 names, like where I could make interviews. And I'm pretty sure that 5, 6 of them are non-administrators and non-politicians. So people from chambers of commerce, of regional chambers of commerce and so on. So really like also business, because they are opinion makers. They are very much, I know, interconnected. It's definitely there.
Yes, I think we are slightly over our time, but maybe just one final question and a very fast comment.
Thank you very much. Mariusz Szyrski from Kardynal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw, Poland. I have a very short question to Professor Donat. You are expecting a question from field of methodology, of course. So I have a question from this field. When you were collecting your data to your paper, did you take under consideration some historical context of functioning local government in states or not? Because it's very important for me to understanding of a level of trusting, a level of trust in some countries. So did you take it under consideration or not?
Yes, for sure. As I briefly said, we considered several indicators, and of course we have been interested in the diverse political systems, more federalized, more centralized states, and the history behind it. We actually found not many differences. So one result of the project is that the national frame is still very dominant, that the regions themselves do not diverge that much. And as I said, we also considered some indicator, one might call it regional identity, and it's usually treated rather superficial when you read scientific papers. So it's just an overall estimation. What we tried really was to talk to local experts, consider data, survey data, and so on, and to find some way to quantify this a little bit. But still, I mean, whenever, as I said, I'm presenting the regions, it's controversial, and we always get the discussion: why haven't you picked up this region or the other one? In the case of Poland, we heard several times that the two regions we included are rather on the western part of Poland, so this should make some difference. So yes, it's always challenging when you have to choose some regions, and let's see what we are going to pick next time.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think we can close the first session for today. Just for informations, we have prepared something to drink and some small reception here on the right. And we recess back at 12. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon. My name is Malwina Talik, and I will guide you through the second panel of today's conference. This panel is called Local Government Reforms in Europe, Achievements and Experiences. The first panel has given us a great academic theoretical introduction into the topic of today's conference. And now we'll delve much more into practitioners' perspective, and we will look at reforms of local governments from perspectives of various countries. And in this panel, we have three of them. So joining with me here are Gabor Péteri, who will share his insights on dangers of partial decentralization on the example of Hungary. Daniel Kilimowski, who will talk about reforms in Slovakia. And joining us online is Irina Kuyan, who will share her insights on local reforms and development of local democracy in Ukraine. So let me pass the floor to Gabor. And as we upload the presentation, I will also introduce you. So Gabor Péteri is a consultant and expert in public finance, fiscal decentralization, and public service management. He has extensive experience advising governments and municipalities on fiscal reforms and modernization programs.
So good afternoon, and I'm happy to be here and continue the discussion what we started in the first panel, because even if we supposed to talk about, practicalities of reform processes, I think everybody is struggling to put it into a theoretical, bigger framework, because that's what we see at the moment after these long years of establishing local governments and changing and the changes in the system. So I will talk about a country which actually went through, I would call, a complete cycle of centralization to decentralization and then back to re-centralization. So I will tell you a few things about the story, what happened in Hungary, but I will focus on a specific issue like what were those weaknesses or the missing components of these reforms which actually led to responses of a centralized system. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't pretend that I know the answer, because there might be hundreds of factors to lead to this change. But I mean, from local government point of view, I might identify some as a conclusion or as some lessons. So sometimes today, even if I talk to a different generation who was not involved in these reform processes as we started in the 80s, you know, with big enthusiasm to change the monolithic state and to move away from a controlled system of state ownership, one-party system. I mean, it looks like a distant history, and nobody cares because we sometimes, or not we, I mean, the researchers sometimes tend to forget that there are some basic rules that drove the shift from this monolithic system to decentralized one. I mean, the capacity to correct mistakes, to, even if it's a slow adjustment, it might hammer out, you know, more efficient solutions, which create a stable system. At least that was our approach. And also, I mean, the big difference, I don't have to say it to Polish colleagues, that, I mean, a workplace-based control of your life, I mean, not just salary, but public services and all the relations, to move away from that vertical control to the horizontal area, place-based relations. I mean, that was the concept, that was the plan, the big plan of those years, which actually worked for a couple of years. So what are the stages of this, you know, past almost 4 decades? Because, you know, in Hungary, it started in late 80s with very simple techniques like mandatory candidates of local councillors from 85. You know, it was a big change. We didn't have just one party candidate, but we could choose from 2 at least in the local constituencies. We went with a slow reform of decentralizing the personal, introducing first the personal income taxation, which was a new concept at that time, but also transferring it to local level immediately. So I mean, it gave a kind of a new way of thinking about this institution. Obviously, these were the happy 90s, I would call, when the local autonomy, the institutions were built. Then came the year or the period which led to which went up to the economic financial crisis of the 2008-2009, when we experimented with different methods, but under the same logic, under the same way of strategic thinking. And then came the big shift, centralizing and destroying the case for municipalities and public services. This is just some figures, the usual indicators, what happened. So we had, like Poland, we have a quite decentralized system. If you measure it with the funds spent at local level compared to the general government expenditures, 1/4 of the services, of the budgets were local. I mean, really controlled by the local governments. Regardless of the elections, you can see we had a different color of in the parliament from 1998 till 2002. Then we had a socialist liberal coalition government for 2 periods. And then came the present government of right-wing Orban government, which actually the 4th term. That's where the changes happened, you know. Public services cut back, centralized, created new way of system. What is important from lawyers, from legal experts, that until 2010, the basic rules, the basic law of local governments, which has a constitutional power, I mean, 2/3 of the parliamentary votes needed to change it, was not there. So, I mean, in 94, there was one period, but we missed that. So since then, 2010, one party I would call it one party, but even it's a coalition, doesn't matter. It's ruled by the one party, has two-thirds majority. So they can do whatever they want. New constitution, changes in these basic laws, and so on. So that was a very important condition for change. But what actually happened, why I call it weaknesses, which led to responses destroying the system of local government. So the first one, which who know these Central Eastern European models, is that like Slovakia, like Czech Republic, we have a very fragmented system of municipalities. It was a reaction on the amalgamated model of the communist socialist times. So each and every village wanted to have an elected local government, but it created a system in an environment which really lacked the culture of cooperation and methods of cooperation. We can call it culture, we can call it institutions or financial mechanisms, but it was not there, that's for sure. So what happened? After 2010, the immediate response was strengthening and creating a parallel sub-county administrative system, which are called districts of in a country of 10 million people, like 149, I think the latest figure. These are the administrative units subordinated to the county and to the ministerial level, created as a counterpoints to these small municipalities. The joint municipal offices was a logical step. We had the regulation before to create some municipal offices for the very small municipalities. I mean, very small, I'm saying that half of the municipalities in Hungary are below population 1,000. So nothing to do with Poland or with any other, transition countries. So it was logical to create some municipal offices. The issue was how you create the boundaries, and the boundaries very much follow these administrative units. Units within those administrative districts. So it's not really, related to services or access or any other logical condition. The second missing point or weakness of the system was the lack of strong intermediate level of government. So we had historic county governments, from the 1,000-year-old Hungary, but it worked more like a unit, an administrative level, which was supposed to transfer the central commands to the local level. So it worked like a transmission belt, as we called at that time, and it had to be changed with the reform of the 90s. And the reaction was to make it weaker and really without strong functions. So that we missed that. And it was a problem really, because we had the large cities with county rights, 23 in the country, which didn't fit into this county administrative structure. So they were like islands, obviously serving the neighborhood, but having their own local government system. So these new counties actually remained after 2010, just keeping some coordination, weak functions, and obviously the administrative level was established at this level as well. What is interesting, and that might be relevant to the previous compared to the previous panel, that at this regional or county level, better to say county level, we talk about allocation, regional development, and planning functions. But what is interesting, that the members of parliament who have you know, 2 or 3 in an area of a county, actually took over this type of role. So it's not the elected counties which have this transmission role more, but the MPs who are party candidates. So that strengthens the power of the ruling party to rely on these MPs. And the last point is, which is, you know, I know it's not a you know, either or question, but the limited and slow development of social accountability system at the local level. I mean, participatory budgeting, the use of civil society organization, and all the other institutions. I mean, they slowly developed. I'm not saying that they were weak in the country, but not strong enough to stand against this change which came with the strong administrative control. But what really happened, not just talking about political and administrative issues, but the real services what local governments deliver. So you might remember the sharp decrease after 2010. In 3-4 years, the government actually destroys what we have built for 25 years. So public education, healthcare, institutional social services were actually centralized. So one day you had a local school, in 2 years' time, there was a state agency managing the schools. Even if it was a local government asset, a property, they had to, you know, transfer under a contractual scheme to this central agency, which manages everything, you know, the bulbs for the schools, the leaking roofs, and obviously the teacher salaries. So, I mean, it was a shock, not just for the country, but for the schools, for the education sector. Healthcare was a little bit different because, you know, hospitals didn't really, or doctors didn't really mind the shift to be under the central agency. But central agency, it means during these 15 years of the new government, we had witnessed already 3 structures of this hospital management system. So, I mean, that's a signal that, yes, centralization might work, but how? Who will do what? And even the ministry officials, they experiment with different management structures. What is interesting in the case of education and some social services, because of this right-wing government who is supporting very much the churches as a, yes, I know, as a basis of their constituencies, the move towards the church school, which again might work in some municipalities as an escape route. So I don't have to give my schools to the state system, but I could opt for the church, which worked. Very much nationalizing the utility services. Now we have 15 water companies compared to the 400 what we had in 2010. The very strong role of the administrative services like building permits are never issued anymore by the local governments, but the central agency. And you can imagine in a mafia state, what does it mean? I mean, they control down to the lowest level. And now recently, the very strong influence on local government capital investment project management, which is, you know, became a part of a ministry job. In the field of finances, we see some changes. I wouldn't go into the details very much, but what we see is a big increasing role of specific transfers, moving away from the block grant type of general grant and block grant type of system towards, you know, controlled as they call, task-based financing of local governments. What we lost, or what local governments really lost, is the shared personal income tax. It's not there anymore. That's why the local business tax became a huge dominating factor. And, you know, businesses don't vote, so local governments don't mind it to rely on this type of tax, but it creates a lot of differences in the country. I wouldn't go later, we can discuss, because that's my background on these finances. But what I want to show you, maybe for the general discussion, the lessons, what we have from this full cycle. So what I see as a problem, and that might lead to this you know, radical change in the government system, that you know, we didn't really, we established the local government, you know, nice decentralized system, but the other levels of government, ministries, agencies, they didn't really absorb, they didn't really you know, build the information supportive capacity development functions, which would help to you know, make these new local governments effective and efficient. So I see here, you know, just a you know, a process which was cut. The local governments had a change, were changed, but the central level remained in their reflexes, in their way of methods, very much the same. I talked about these soft instruments, which you know, are very much needed for any sustainable long-term reform, but they were not very strong in my country. Obviously, 25 years were not like a constant progress in our system. So there were changes, and there are changes, you know, in the role of private sector. You mentioned the Thatcherite movement. Yes, it was a reaction on the previous, you know, statist approaches. Then new public management, we declared it dead. But I mean, local governments and public institutions learned a lot about, you know, how to provide services. But what comes next? I mean, that's what a reform has to be adjusted to that, because now we hear more about equal access, right to shelter, right to water. But how? Who will do it? Who will finance it? I mean, these questions are still in the air, and they cannot be answered without strong local governments. Not talking about changes at the EU level, which also moves away from market-based solutions to more statist one. Obviously, the conclusion is that it's a political process. That's what we see in 1990. That's what we saw in 2010. But I believe that at the end of the day, it's about public services. I mean, if you fail to provide services, then these nice or not nice political objectives cannot be reached. So at the end of the day, and that's what we see. I mean, the deteriorating water system, the criticism towards education. I mean, 30, 40,000 people already study in Austria. So I mean, these are the signals that there are some basic problems. But maybe those countries who are not after this authoritarian regime change, maybe that's another lesson, that if you don't you don't complete your reform, that will increase the risk of this type of change, what we saw. That's why I want to blame all the governments which had a certain stage power to do the changes, but didn't solve the problems. So this is for discussion, obviously, but that's the story of a full cycle from Hungary. Thank you.
Gabor, thank you very much for your presentation and a quick but very insightful overview of all those stages, starting from happy 90s, as you put it, mentioning the impact of financial crisis on the reforms, and also showing us what were those missing components in this reform, such as the fragmented municipal system. Let's now move to the neighboring country of Hungary and Austria, which is Slovakia. And I would like to pass the floor now to Daniel Klimowski. Daniel is an associate professor at the Department of Political Science at Comenius University in Bratislava. His academic focus encompasses public administration and political issues related to subnational levels. And he has also extensive research, he has done extensive research and has also extensive teaching experience in exactly these areas. So Daniel, the floor is almost yours.
Okay, thank you. Actually, thank you very much, Gabor. It was great what you presented, and it prepares my presentation really like a wonderful introduction, because I'm going to show you that Slovakia is on the same path, but a little bit delayed. Let's see. We still hope that we are not going to repeat the events which happened in Hungary after 2010, but we are almost on the same road. Yeah, thank you very much. And I remember a quite famous article published 2014 when Hungary, together with Slovakia and Poland, was called by Pavel Svianiewicz like champions of decentralization. But Pavel already in that time that he took into account the data before 2010. So therefore, that was the only reason why we were put in the same group, because otherwise, I mean, nowadays, those three countries differ from each other quite a lot. So concerning the local government in Slovakia, I will offer you I will offer you a similar overview like Gabor did, and I would like to open some room for questions at the very end. So Slovakia became independent in 1993, as you definitely know, but it started its own development of local government system already in 1990, when there was still a federation with the Czech Republic. However, the national governments decided for different paths. So our local government systems changed from each other already in 1990, so before our independence. What was very important here, I would like to stress that political and economic structural changes were not accompanied by development of public administration system itself. So it means that there was always kind of delay at the side of public authorities. The changes were so rapid and so enormous that there was very visible delay, and obviously it colored or it influenced the further development. What is also very interesting, the becoming independent in 1993 opened also a question how to build a new nation state, how to show that we are really independent, that we are somehow that we somehow deserve this independency, and therefore the focus of the national government of the national government was especially linked to central government issues and also to state administration. But regarding to local government, this system was renewed in 1990, as I already mentioned, and especially the 90s, due to this efforts of the national government to build a new state, independent state. It was also interconnected with the game rule struggle at the national level. Maybe you still remember the names like Mečiar. And in that time, even Slovakia was delayed also in its efforts to enter the European Union. Yeah, so Slovakia was, let's say, in the second group. And this definitely also influenced the atmosphere in the whole society, but the local government somehow remained the islands of positive deviation. So at the national level, there was this tensions, I mean, highly politically colored or influenced tensions, but on the other hand, the local government remained untouched somehow. And actually in 1998, when there was national election term, it was also considered a turning point. So thanks to the results of this election, there was a pro-EU government established, and its program included also a structural reform in the field of public administration. So thanks to this fact, in the following years, for instance, 1999, there was approved at the governmental level a strategy of public administration reform. Then we also accepted the European Charter of Local Self-Government, and so on and so on. So many positive measures were approved and adapted in the system, and maybe that's the reason why Slovakia afterwards was evaluated together with Hungary and Poland champion of decentralization. However, as I would like to stress afterwards, due to this decentralization reform, we achieved a very nice results, but still, what is a problem? We introduced new institutions, for instance, at the regional level. It was for the very first time when Slovakia had a self-government system also at the regional level. But on the other hand, due to political tensions, this system became somehow complicated due to the fact that, for instance, there were overlapping competencies. So as you can imagine, there were many negotiations, and as we tried to introduce a new level of the government, many powerful stakeholders stepped in, and at the very end of the day, we saw that actually we introduced a system which is not clear in terms of competencies and which is quite complicated in terms of finances. Therefore, in the following years, also we tried to make this system a little bit more efficient, and fiscal decentralization was implemented in 2005. What, however, never happened in Slovakia is any kind of territorial consolidation. So the plan of the pro-reform, pro-EU government was quite clear. First of all, to introduce or to implement devolution reform, to empower the local governments and brand new regional governments, then to provide them fiscal tools which could be used within their own daily operating, and then also as the third step to somehow deal with very fragmented local level. However, this never happened, and actually, what's the result? So we have a capital called Bratislava. It's almost 500,000 inhabitant large city, and we have the smallest one, which has only 13. It is called Prikra. Yeah? It's very rural one, and it's independent municipality. And according the legal provisions, it has the same competencies, same environment, I mean, from legal perspective as Bratislava. So you can imagine what kind of services could be offered here. What is also very important, and here was the mention that there were some splits in the 90s as the result of the forced merging of municipalities in our region. So actually Slovakia experienced some splits, but it wasn't so dramatic as in Czech Republic or Slovenia, for instance. Several hundreds of those municipalities became independent. Regardless of this, Slovakia is still very fragmented, and it means that average size of municipality, I mean population size, is less than 1,900. And if you look for median size, you know median, like the middle municipality, so it's a bit more than 640. So you can imagine that half of the municipalities are so tiny that even if you have some fiscal tools, you cannot really use them. And this is the point where I see a huge and very clear failure of the pro-reform government, which was established after the general elections in 1998. Anyway, just few more numbers. So 2/3 of municipalities, which are very tiny, are up to 1,000 inhabitants, but only 16% of total population live there. On the other hand, in 2.5% of all municipalities, so in larger towns and cities, approximately 45% of population live, which is quite clear argument that Slovakia, on the one hand, is still considered kind of countryside country, but on the other hand, in regards to concentration of population, it is concentrated in, let's say, dozens of larger towns and cities. As I already mentioned, there is no task or power categorization, and the local governments remain very fragmented. Maybe for better illustration, so this is the map of Slovakia, and darker color means a larger population. And you can see that the blue areas are those areas where which actually are equal to municipalities with less than 1,000 inhabitants population size. And you can see that they are concentrated especially in the eastern part of Slovakia and then in the southern part of central Slovakia. And what does it mean in reality? So these are actually municipalities, we call them micro municipalities, so very tiny, up to 100. Those are yellow, and then a little bit larger, but they are also concentrated, if you check it, in the very eastern part of Slovakia and then central part of Slovakia, especially its southern part. Now let's look at the peripheral areas in Slovakia. And if you really put those maps on each other, you will see immediate overlapping areas. So it means that those areas are somehow disadvantaged in terms of potential local economic development immediately, because there is a lack of labor force. There is not only labor force in general, but also well-educated labor force. They are not able to keep or to maintain well-educated young people to stay there. They don't see their future there, and so on and so on. So concerning the peripherality, you can immediately see the overlapping with the very tiny municipalities which are located in those areas where actually were identified also peripheral areas in Slovakia. And maybe one more map, one more interesting map. These are the segregated Roma settlements in Slovakia, quite high number. And again, if you look at them, many of them are actually located, especially in those parts. So eastern Slovakia, and then in the south of the central Slovakia. But well, this is another story. We can discuss about this maybe by another occasion. Anyway, funny comparison for my students. Usually I used so Slovakia and Denmark. Yeah, why? Because they are very comparable in terms of population. Yeah, so approximately the same population, approximately the same area size. Obviously, one would say there are no hills in Denmark, but my argument is there are islands. We have no islands. Yeah, so still there is some difficulty in terms of how to match the municipalities. Anyway, if you look at the number of local governments in Slovakia, almost 2,900, while in Denmark 98. If you look at the number of mayors, it's the same. Yeah, obviously, they are the heads of the municipality, so the same number. If you look at the number of local councillors in Slovakia, 21,000, and this number was made smaller because of municipalities like Prikra. Actually, they realized in 2010 that it's impossible to organize local elections in such a small municipalities. So instead of any amalgamation or merging, they changed the electoral law in order to allow them to stay independent. Yeah. So before 2010, this number was 35,000. And it's because the fact that the lowest number of local councillors in Slovakia in any municipality was 5. But in that time, Prikra has only 7 inhabitants. So instead of saying, okay, no way to remain independent, yeah, it's senseless. 2 families were there. So instead of this, we changed the law and we said 3 local councillors are enough. So those families are okay, they are independent. Yeah, one family has a mayor and another one has local councillors. Funny. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you. Let's continue. So we have very simple electoral system, which is fine for me, especially if I take into account the diversity of the society in terms of education and so on. It's very fine that we have very easy and very understandable local electoral system, which is quite different from the Czech one, for instance, because in our system, you immediately know who would you like to support as a mayor. In the Czech Republic, it is not so clear. So from this perspective, I really like our system. On the other hand, obviously, the results are different. What is also interesting, as I already mentioned, we'd rather change the law in order to maintain the small municipalities instead of saying enough and let's do something with you. So we have a block vote in regards to local councils. And obviously the smallest number of local councils in every municipality is 3. What is quite typical for Slovakia is accumulation of mandates, really. I mean, it's a very ordinary thing. I mean, our common thing, you can find it everywhere. And even at the national level. What is funny here, again, the general associations of municipalities or regional governments have no right to propose legal provisions. No right to prepare drafts of law. While those independent mayors or local councils who are at the same time at the national level in the parliament, they have. And we can see so many funny situations. For instance, 5 years ago, there was a mayor who proposed quite significant changes in regard to local referenda. But the point was not because other local governments required it, but he just wanted to make his own small neighborhood separated. So he wanted to change the national law because of very particular interests, and that's really destroying all the system. Also, what is quite common phenomenon is incumbency advantage, and especially in the small municipalities, non-competitive elections are quite common. So there is only one candidate for mayor, and everybody knows who is going to become mayor already before the election. Step 2 measures. There was one attempt to prepare. This was the only one which local governments accepted. And it was the point that if there is no interest in running for mayoral position or local councillor position, then the central government can start the merging procedure, which is actually a very long one. And we already experienced one such a case. Nobody ran for mayor, nobody ran for local councillors, and we started this procedure. There were meetings with local community, there were meetings with the representatives of neighboring municipalities. Everything looked fine. We were almost celebrating that, first change, small one, but still. Unfortunately, because it was a long period, more than 4 years, then actually there was no rule which would say that new elections cannot happen also in this municipality where this procedure had been started. So actually there was a new call for candidates, and somebody opened the hand or raised the hand, and we stopped the procedure. So actually no measures anymore. My conclusions. I'm going to get to conclusions. As you see, I have several other issues. But anyway, what I would like to show here, and maybe put the questions to the place. The first of all, our central government nowadays is on the same path. We started to make our local governments weaker. We started to take them and to control, for instance, the wages of teachers and so on from the central point of view, from the perspective of the central government. Now it means, like, if it is a move towards gradual centralization, like what happened in Hungary, from my perspective, it wouldn't look differently. Maybe we have a different pace, but we are on the road. And the question is, such a fragmented country as Slovakia does have any other chance than centralization? Because it seems that local governments are not able to reform from their own perspective. Yeah? They do not will to do anything. However, on this position, I would like to mention also what is the position of general associations of local governments and how, and here I see a small light at the end of the tunnel. The local governments are so afraid of these developments in Hungary that they started to cooperate very recently. Before they were really like enemies. Last year, they asked myself and also several other colleagues to create an expert group, and we are preparing for them a new position paper. New position paper, however, not for this government which is now in the power, because they know that this government is not interested in their needs, but for the next ruling coalition or next government. So there is a small light at the end of the tunnel, but very small one. Let's see what is going to happen in Slovakia. But right now we are on the slow but still path, and it seems that we are going to follow the Hungarian case. Thank you very much for your attention. And if there are any questions, please do not hesitate. I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Daniel. It was a very insightful presentation, great comparison with Denmark. That was very striking. I was also having this thought, we can discuss about it later, but how many people are actually employed in those local governments. But as I mentioned at the very end, there's also light in the tunnel, so not everything is being lost. Now we are shifting to Ukraine, and we have with us Irina Kuyan, who will be talking about local reforms there. We can see you already. Hello, Irina.
Yes.
Irina is head of the Sector for State Power and Local Government Organization at the Department of Legal Policy and Public Authority Organization at Research Service of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. So Irina, the floor is yours. I don't know if you have a presentation to share or you will be okay.
I'll be sharing myself. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to meet you online. It's my great pleasure to participate on today's event. Today, I'll be talking about local self-government reform and the development of local democracy in the Ukraine, achievements, challenges, and prospects. In my presentation, I will mainly focus on the form of participatory democracy. So, during my presentation, I'll give you a brief overview of the following issues: legal foundation of local self-government in Ukraine, local self-government in Ukraine, system in Ukraine, local self-government reform in Ukraine, the need to developing reform of local democracy, local self-government and local democracy under martial law, prospects of local self-government reform and the enhancement of local democracy in Ukraine and prospects for local self-government reform and the enhancement of local democracy in Ukraine. So, after gaining independence in 1991, Ukraine began building its model of a democratic state governed by the rule of law, updating its legal system and reforming public authority institutions, including local self-government. The legal foundations of local self-government are currently defined in the Constitution of Ukraine. Notably, Article 7 recognizes and guarantees local self-government. The Constitution also establishes the legislative framework for the functioning on local self-government bodies and officials and defines its system. The development of local self-government in Ukraine is guided by the European Charter of Local Self-Government, which Ukraine ratified in 1997. In 2009, Ukraine also signed an additional protocol to the Charter, which addresses the right to participate in local government affairs. The regulatory framework for local self-government in Ukraine is quite extensive and includes the foundation law of local self-government Ukraine, as also as the laws of Ukraine on the status of deputies of local councils, on voluntary amalgamation, of territorial communities, on cooperation of territorial communities, on bodies of self-organization of population, on associations of local self-government, provisions of Electoral Code of Ukraine regarding local elections, and a number other laws in Ukraine. The legal status and structures of local self-government in Ukraine are mainly defined by the Constitution of Ukraine and the Court Law of Ukraine on local self-government in Ukraine. As you can see on the slide, territorial communities constitute its basic level of local self-government. Local self-government is exercised by a territorial community, both directly and through bodies of local self-government, village, settlement, and city councils and their executive bodies. District and regional councils are bodies of local self-government and represent the common interest on territorial community of village settlement and cities. The form of direct and participatory democracy that can be used in local self-government are generally defined in the Constitution of Ukraine and further detailed in the law of Ukraine on local self-government in Ukraine. These primarily include local referendums, local elections, general meetings, local initiatives, public hearings, the recall of law council deputies, the recall of village settlement or city mayors by popular initiative, electronic petitions, and other forms. Public budgets and consultation with the public, including electronic consultation, are also used. Procedure issues of local democracy are primarily regulated by the status of local communities and local acts. Local self-government reform in Ukraine. Although Ukraine has a well-developed regulatory framework for local self-government, it had not ensured by effectiveness on territorial communities before reform began. Most communities were unable to provide high-quality public service to their members. We understand, because their financial capacity was low and their spheres of authority and competence were limited.
Irina, sorry, we still see this third slide. I don't know if you have changes in the meantime. Sorry for interrupting. Thanks. Thank you.
The local self-government reform in Ukraine began in 2014 with the approval of the concept of the reform of local self-government and territorial organization of government in Ukraine by the Cabinet of Ministers. The primary goal of the reform is to establish an effective local self-government and territorial organization of government that ensures a high quality of life for their citizens, provides accessibility accessible and high-quality public services. The plan was after the community formation process was completed, a large portion of the taxes that had previously gone to the state budget would remain with the local budget. Additionally, all revenue from administrative services would be allocated to the local budget. The expectation was that community would be motivated to create favorable conditions for business in their areas, which would in turn contribute to their budgets through taxes. And these plans are now being increasingly realizing. In February 2015, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine adopted the law of Ukraine on voluntary amalgamation of territorial community. According to this law, neighboring cities, settlement, and village communities can unite into the community, which will have a single local self-government body. On the slide, result of amalgamation of communities and districts. By the decision of the government and parliament, 1,469 territorial communities and 136 districts were established in Ukraine. By early 2022, the local self-government reform evolved into an administrative territorial reform, producing significant results and numerous achievements for newly formed communities. The local elections in Ukraine, which took place in October 2020, were held with the consideration of the amalgamation of territorial communities in the update of electronic legislation. Before Russia's armed aggression against Ukraine in 2022, the local self-government reform has already started to show positive results, enhancing the capacity of territorial communities. At the same time, with the consolidation of territorial community, the issue of improving local democracy became increasingly important. Under the patronage of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on State Power and Local Self-Government, efforts were underway to develop a draft law on local referendums, along with other legislative initiatives aims enhancing participatory democracy. Since the beginning of Russian armed aggression against Ukraine, martial law has been imposed nationwide. Under martial law, the following are prohibited: amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine, amendments to the Constitution of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, the holding of election for the President of Ukraine, as well as elections of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada of Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and local self-government bodies, the holding of nationwide and local referendums, the organization of strike and gathering and protests. And certain rights and freedoms may be restricted, including freedom of thought and expression, the right to vote in election and referendums, the right to peaceful assembly, the right to participate in governance. During martial law, The state of emergency, the rights of territorial communities on local self-government may be limited in accordance with the and laws of Ukraine. Military administration has been established in many settlements across Ukraine, limited the ability of local self-government body to fully exercise their power. However, in many communities, their bodies continue to function effectively, and active Ukrainians are able to influence the development to their communities. The form of local democracy the members of territorial community currently use, you can see on the slide. As monitoring research by civil society organizations show, in recent years, the following forms of participatory democracy have been used in territorial community. Public hearing. The public hearing were focused on discussing the appointments of starostas in starosta district, street remaining and proposal for general plans and city zoning. Public discussion. Most public discussion concerned by operation of companies, setting tariff, urban planning documentation. Public discussion were most often conducted in the form on the online survey. Public consultation held on an electronic platform. Their consultation covered topics such as community development, business activities, and other related issues. In Ukraine, the United Platform for Local Electronic Democracy, EDEM, operates. They develop participatory democracy skills among the population. Certain amalgamated territorial communities are designed and implementing digital participation concepts, which also include training programs to improve digital literacy among residents. So local democracy functions despite martial law. And now a few words about the prospects for local self-government reform and enhancement of local democracy in Ukraine. The success of the most post-war reconstructions projects and program in Ukraine largely depends on the effectiveness of local self-government. Therefore, important issues such as ongoing decentralization reform, the role of local self-government in Ukraine's European integration, strategies for rebuilding strong territorial communities, and the restoration of local self-government in the post-war period, particularly in recently deoccupied territories, are actively discussed by the policymakers, civil society organizations, and experts in Ukraine. The principle of democracy is the foundation of local self-government. Therefore, improving the local framework for form of local democracy is an important aspect of the local self-government reform. Ukrainian legislation clearly outlines clearly outlines, the form for citizen participation in local decision-making. Specifically, citizens are guaranteed to freely access information about the activities of state and local authorities, attend all meetings of local self-government bodies, submit electronic petitions to government authorities, propose local initiatives, hold public hearing, and organize general citizen assemblies, among other rights. However, some provisions of Ukrainian's local self-government legislation concerning the regulation of participatory democracy mechanism are not sufficiently effective in practice. It is evident that there is a need to create better conditions for citizen participation, improve public awareness for available opportunities and encourage greater civil engagement to enhance the effectiveness and representativeness of local self-government. The law of public consultation has been adopted in 2023. This law aims to regulate the involvement stakeholder in design-making process through public consultation, including those related to local matters. I believe it is our achievement. There are also regarding local democracy. This initiations aim to improve the legal regulation of general meeting, conference of presidents, local initiatives, public hearing, residents, participation in the planning and allocation of local budget funds, advisory bodies at local self-government bodies and their officials' public assessment of their activity of executive bodies and officials and other form of participation that do not contradict the law. The adoption of a law on local referendum is a promising prospect. The proposed legislative initiatives aim to expand opportunities for participatory democracy at the local level, including through the use of the electronic form of democracy. In conclusion, the reform of local self-government in Ukraine helps improve its key parts, especially form of direct and participatory democracy. Local self-government, by its legal and social nature, represents democracy at the local level. With the outgoing trend of united territorial communities, participatory democracy becomes very important. It supports the democratic aspects of local self-government and makes its management stronger. It is because it helps create and adopt well throughout decisions at the local level. Thank you for your attention.
Irina?
Yes?
I hope that you can hear the applause there in Ukraine as well. Thank you for showing us also how local governments operate under the martial law and for giving us some examples on how digital tools are being used to questions. I have a couple of my questions, but I also want you to be involved. I mean, also the audience that is following us online, if you want to ask any questions or add comments, please put them in the chat. I want to check the question readiness in the room. Okay, there's one. I'll keep that in mind. True. But I have a first general question, and all three of you. Do you want to make any comment on each other's, a quick comment on each other's presentations? Is there something that surprised you that you would like to emphasize? Gabor?
A comment or question to Danielle. Because you were rather optimistic about the role of the local government association to stop or to be involved in this process. My understanding from my country experience that they are very much, political organizations. So if party controls the mayors, then it is reflected in the standpoint of the association. So how could you overcome this problem of political division of the mayors, but still representing a specific interest of a group? To Irina, I just want to encourage you a little bit that what you have started, that what you do, what you have done, it has an impact in the region. The Belarusian, opposition actually started to be below the concept of centralization by following the line what you experimented in Ukraine. So it's an argument that it will not be lost what you have started. So just go on.
Thank you for your question.
I will use also some numbers, but let me to put my answer into 2 points. The first point why I'm partly optimistic is the fact that this is the first time when we have only 3 general associations, 1 for regional governments and 2 for local governments, while in Hungary there are 7 or 8, right? Okay, so we have only 3, and this is the very first time when they are ready to cooperate. They understood they are too weak. Whenever I used to be also advisor to the Prime Minister, and whenever the local government associations came there, they were not in conclusions together. So it was so easy for state to negotiate with them. Like it was always the answer, like you have no solution, no common solution. So what do you expect from me? You have no answer for me. Yeah. So whenever state wanted to do something, the state always prevails because there were no consensus or compromise at the side of the local governments and their associations. This is the very first time when they started to cooperate and they agreed that they are going really not to put their tensions in front of their common or joint interest, and they are going to prepare a position paper for the next government because they see the fear what actually happened in Hungary. They knew that if there is even worse government than the present one, from their perspective, it might be very fast procedure, how to get to the Hungarian way. And this is the second point. Look at the share of the independent mayors in Slovakia, and they are really powerful. They are those who representative local governments in associations. It's a gradual increase of independent mayors because it's quite popular in Slovakia to escape from this party domination. It is connected to the fact that before, let's say, especially in the 90s, we still experience catch-all parties in Slovakia. Not anymore. They are marketing parties or entrepreneurial parties, if you would like to follow the politological terminology, and they are interested in marketing tools, not in having regional structures which are in every single municipality and so on. So this is my answer. They are really independent. Obviously, there are some interconnections between the party and especially Smer, which is the most powerful, and mayors, but they are not so strong anymore, and especially in the large cities. Smer is very weak, and those mayors are very powerful because the population is concentrated in the cities. So therefore, the government understands local governments as potential opponents.
How to what has been said? If not, then we can also collect questions maybe now. I will start with mine, and then I will pass the mic to the floor. I was curious how the society and citizens react to all those reforms, because actually, as we heard in the first panel, local governments can increase the trust in the democracy, can be those democratic strongholds. What's the perception in the three countries? Plus the question about employment at you, Daniel. But I will now give the
So I would like to, mogę po polsku.
I would like to thank you very much because it was a very important lesson of how a way to back to local democracy can look like. And we can only be compassionate with Hungary. And it was also interesting how the fragmentation of basic units makes it easier to go back to decentralization. That was our problem with the first local government reform. I will also have a question for Irina, our speaker from Ukraine. My question for you is, especially in the case of Hungary, have you observed so-called twin legislation? So a twin legislation with Russia, because many ideas, for example, the law on foreign agents, or when we look at re-centralization in Poland, instead of self-government units of water management, there was one state company which was called Polish Water. So it was similar to the Russian name of the Russian company. And I think we underestimate the inspirations from Russia and the influences from Russia. So I wanted to ask if you made a research on, carried out a research on twin legislations, because we can observe twin legislation in Georgia. In case of Ukraine, fortunately, I don't have to ask about twin legislation, but I would like to ask, because in Poland, people think that in case of war, of aggression, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, it turned out that the self-government reform, the self-governments and their bodies turned out to be a very important element of resistance. And now we are changing our law on civil defense. This Ukrainian argument is very oft mentioned, and we try to learn from Ukrainian experiences. And I wanted to ask whether this is really the case from the perspective of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine.
Yes. Really, and one comment on Ukraine case. You know, Jarosław Kaczyński, who, as you know, gained the power in Poland in 2015, right? 16? Just before, I mean, before he gained the power, he said once to his followers, be encouraged. Once we'll have Budapest in Warsaw. And then he started to introduce this this promise with the case that you have just presented, with centralization of local government competences. The case of Wody Polskie, which are Polish waters, was mentioned, but there were other several cases of, you know, gaining the responsibilities from the local governments, including, for example, education, but also other things. And these movements have been met with strong opposition from both the local government leaders and the citizens. The research we have conducted in the foundation shows that the support for decentralization in Poland is absolutely very strong. It's like, 80% people saying we don't want the government to take anything from the local governments. So it's very strong. And that's why I think to a large extent, this centralization attempts failed. I'm very curious how it is in Hungary, and this is also the question that was asked at the beginning. I mean, when observing all these centralization processes, what was the reaction of local government leaders and of the society for that? Were there any opposition, any attempts to stop it? So this is the question to our Hungarian colleague, and the Ukraine comment, and I just follow what Professor Lipovich said, is that we have the privilege that we've been working in Ukraine for last years. I mean, we've been working in Ukraine for last 25, 30 years, but we started a big program of strategic management and local municipalities, and we have worked in 100 hromadas in Ukraine. And indeed, because of the change and of the territorial reform, many mayors said that they were better prepared for the crisis and for the war, and for the management of the local authorities in the time of the war, in the crisis. I'm curious, what is the support for decentralization among citizens? Because I don't know any recent research. I know that before the war, the support was quite strong, but how it looks like now, after 1,000 days of the war, is the support for decentralization still there, and how strong it is? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would say that those were all questions that we have collected, and would like to start.
I mean, there was a question concerning the perceptions, whether the society somehow perceived the public administration reform, especially at the beginning of millennium, when there was a really huge decentralization reform in Slovakia. And I have to say that what I knew from the research which was done in that time, I have to be very skeptical. I mean, many people considered this reform either as too complicated for them to understand the whole system as such, because for them it was too abstract. Yeah, so they can measure the quality of the road, but they cannot measure really the procedures, how to road are maintained, who is responsible, how to accounting mechanisms work out, and so on. And the second point is that there were a package of reforms, including, for instance, introducing of flat tax and so on, because it was done just before our entrance to the European Union. So in that time, we had a quite common goal in the society. Let's enter the European Union with the others, regardless of the price, regardless of the costs. So when the government actually government answer or usually explained all requirements of all those reforms by the label EU requires it. Yeah, it wasn't true, in fact. Yeah, EU never requires introduction of regional governments. It was one of the potential tools which could be taken into consideration. Our government argued this is requirement from the EU, we have to, yeah, which was a lie in that time. But actually society saw the goal, the clear goal. We want to enter the European Union, and therefore the perceptions were quite positive. Like, okay, let's do it, because we want to be in the same group as Hungary, as the Czech Republic, as the others, as Baltic countries. It was quite shameful, understood. So the perception in society was, it's a shame for Slovakia that we were in the second group, despite the fact that we have almost the same starting line in the 90s. So after the Mečiar period, it was perception rather, let's achieve the same goals, high goals or big goals. But I would be very skeptical if we really try to figure out how the society perceives just reform of public administration itself. And concerning the present ongoing, I mean, activities in this field, I don't see the society is ready for repeating, let's decentralize. No, we are speaking more about modernization, about consolidation of territory, not about amalgamation, nothing what could be understood with a negative connotation. So we just rewarding the stuff we would like to implement, but we really cannot use the same words because somehow they are perceived negatively. But I don't think that they really understand that it is just game.
In my presentation, I hope I was very clear that this process of decentralization was not a perfect one, then replaced by a different trend after 2010. So there were problems. So people were very often dissatisfied with the regional differences in the country, with the lack of funding for basic services. So, I mean, and obviously all the systemic problems which I try to list. So, I mean, that's why there were arguments in 2010 and afterwards that, why changes are needed. Obviously, in a way which went into an extreme way into different directions. But if you look at the citizen surveys, what I was involved in some of them, it was very interesting to see, very simple, even cross-tabulation, nothing magic statistical solution, that your party preferences actually were very much correlated with your opinion on the same problem. So centralizing the schools, building national system of healthcare, does it help does it improve the services? And if you were from one party, you had a party preference, your response wasn't the same subject, different from a response on another party difference. So I mean, this political party inclination that very much influenced everything what people perceived or accepted with these reforms. But the problems were there, just the responses. And obviously, in these 15 years, slowly, they were brainwashed. I mean, if you control all the regional papers, if you control the national media, I mean, that goes through and has an impact on the people. Not talking about the recent changes like gerrymandering, they changed the election, the constituencies, the boundaries, so I mean, I can give you a long list of these techniques, how actually the state captures the whole process. So I mean, that's why the talking about twin legislation or learning how this autocratic system learn from each other, I think it's very much translated into domestic conditions, because I mean, we see in Europe a kind of a statist movement, so remunicipalization of services, bigger trust in centralized solutions. But how it will be actually implemented in Turkey, in Georgia, in Hungary, that is what I hope can be influenced. Obviously, they might learn from each other on these techniques, but I hope that the actual methods might be different in this field. So again, the main message is, as I said, the solution developed in 15, 20 years after the transition were not perfect. So that's why you needed a change, you needed reforms, but obviously nobody expecting this radical one and extreme ones.
Thank you very much. Irina?
I would like to note that our bodies of local government are quite quite independent of their rules of their ruling of political party. They can make their decisions on their level, and to my mind, our society supported the reform of local self-government in Ukraine, and what's the role of local self-government now? Its very positive role was demonstrated by territorial defenses forces at the beginning of war.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll be slowly concluding. Thank you very much, all of you. This was a very interesting panel to me. So there are 3 countries. I expected 3 very different stories, but then it turned out that Slovakia is slowly following in the footsteps of Hungary, but there are nevertheless there's some light at the end of the tunnel, as you, Daniel, mentioned at some point, with some municipalities cooperating with one another. And I also, this panel showed me that it goes often so fast from being this champion of decentralization to actually this more fragmented entity. So as you, Gabor, mentioned, there's also this unfinished reform, unfinished decentralization, which could be a ground for authoritarian tendency to actually weakens the municipal system. It seems like most optimism comes from Ukraine, at least from what we heard from Irina. So yeah, I would like to thank you at this point for this panel, for following us online and also being here. We will have now a break and we'll meet here again in this room at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can start now with our third panel today on local government reforms in Europe, achievements and experiences. And after we heard now in the last panel about de- and re-centralization, the stages of de- and re-centralization in Hungary, about the high fragmentation of local governments in Slovakia, and about the development of local democracies in Ukraine, we will now shift to other countries, to Poland and Austria. And we have with us 4 distinguished speakers, Cezary Trutkowski, who will share insights on reforms in Poland, Radosław Mędzicki and Mario Szirski, who will hold their presentation together also on Poland, and then Tomasz Borok, who will talk about Austria. And I think we can start with Cezary Trutkowski. He is the president of the board of the Jerzy Regulski Foundation for the Development of Local Democracy and a local government consultant and social researcher. With over 20 years of academic experience at the University of Warsaw, he has supported local government developments in the Balkans, the Caucasus, and Poland, collaborating with international organizations like the Council of Europe, UNDP, OSCE, and the World Bank. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I will use this unique opportunity that we have a Polish translation, which is really unique for me because, you know, in my career of this consultancy, it never happened before. So, and because we have invested in the consecutive translation, I will use Polish. Pozwólcie Państwo, że rozpocznę od słów profesor Lipowicz, która powiedziała na początku, mam nadzieję, że to będzie pewna klamra, że samorząd terytorialny można traktować jako ratunek dla demokracji. I zasadniczo...
A savior of democracy. And I think I agree with this statement that subnational governments are the savior of democracy, but there is a certain but or yet. But let's start with the statement that subnational governments are the savior of democracies. In Poland, we see it clearly. They have been introduced 35 years ago in Poland. And it was a group around Professor Jerzy Regulski who was introducing this. And these preparatory works were done in the 80s of the 20th century. And the main idea behind it was to make a change, which is going to the direction of make it into the socialization of governance in Poland. And there was a very strong position of local councils, of head of municipalities, of mayors, of presidents of mayors of large cities or councils. And they had this kind of committee style of governing. And Professor Regulski admitted that this was coming from Scandinavian experience. And this model was functioning until 2002, when something else was introduced. Were direct elections of head of municipalities and mayors, which have been introduced, and there were two buzzwords on top of it. First of all, to make governance more effective or efficient, because it was shortly before accession of Poland to the European Union. And as well, we know committees were governing something. This is always connected to debates, arguments, discussions. It's not so effective. And it was important to make quick and swift decisions. But the law had provided for increase of citizen engagement into the local democracy. So direct elections of heads of municipalities and mayors have been introduced. And we saw in the 2000s that the development of Poland, particularly the infrastructural modernization, very much accelerated, also because of the accession to the European Union, but also thanks to very effective governance on the local level. Now, 10 years later, we arrived at a moment where different political battles in Poland have shifted the government. There was a change in government, and this government became like a defender of decentralization. General, also mayors of large cities were saying, well, we are defending the democracy in Poland against this populistic government. After the change of government last year, all these slogans which we heard from representatives of local governments, they were saying, we saved, we defended the local government, the self-governance. And I heard these slogans, and I know results of my foundation, results of the research by my foundation. But to ask myself the question, what did we really defend? How do we understand the local governments according to this statements? I mean, I agree that we really defended the autonomy of local governments, but did we really defend and saved the self-governance? Well, this is a good question, which we should ask ourselves. We will have shortly, we'll have a discussion after the change of government, which will be focusing on this two-term limits. And Jarosław Kaczyński right-wing government has introduced some constraints when it comes to terms of executive bodies, and it restrained them and limited them to 2 terms. So there was a discussion if you can apply law backwards or not. So we extended the term of office from 4 to 5 years, and then we introduced this constraint, this limit of only 2 terms maximum. After the change of government, we have now the 2nd term of office. After the change of government, all the mayors or the mayors of large cities who were defending democracies, they said, immediately asked the government to change this constraints. And we have a very, very large discussion in Poland about this, what to do with this limits of terms of office. There are no very detailed research about how big the support is for this kind of solution, a systemic solution. But I do not know any NGOs who are would not support the liquidation or removing of this constraints. There is like this conviction that municipality heads, mayors, and all this executive powers are too strong in Poland, and many academia representatives also subscribe to this, that the power has become too strong. And of course, we have this discussion. We have on one hand these arguments to the effect that the limitation of the terms will result into a limitation of actually electoral rights, yeah, which is actually not possible based on the constitution. At the same time, we need to remember that the Venetian Commission recently, the Venice Commission, issued an opinion that the limitation of executive mandates in local governments is not against and is not contradictory to the Charter of Basic Rights in the European Union. I was participating in such a meeting in the Senate in Poland. There is a very strong pressure from the local government representatives and leaders to really remove this limit or constraint. Our research of our foundation shows, well, maybe I put it differently. When we look at the results of nationwide research in Poland, if you ask people, how do you assess the work of local governing bodies? 71% of Poles regularly give them very high grades. 71% are very satisfied. This is very high support. At the same time, and in addition to that, I refer back to my initial question, there is very strong support for decentralization in Poland. All slogans about taking away powers from the local governments are really facing a strong resistance from the society. So my foundation has conducted research, nationwide Polish research about with 2,000 respondents, which were focusing on 2 regions. We choose different regions. We choose the region Pomorski and region Podkarpacki. So these regions are kind of completely on different ends of the scale. In terms of social capital and citizen engagement. And this research has shown that only 44% of respondents think that they have an influence on local matters. And we are talking about the local democracy. 44% said they have an influence on what's going on in the city and in the municipality. 56 are thinking that they don't. Only 36% are satisfied with the functioning of democracy in the municipality. This is a very, very low percentage. This is only 1/3. Only 29% participated in any kind of social consultations or civic consultations in their municipalities. So this means that more than 50% think that the municipality authorities are not taking into account the interest of the inhabitants, but only particular interests or interests of their political group. So the percentage of municipalities where there is no second candidate during head of municipality elections or mayor elections, we have 1/5 of this kind of self-governing units where this percentage is at that level. In addition to that, when we have, for example, elections to those councils, we have only 1 candidate for the councillor position. This is 10% of counties. Then we have a very low interest in participating in the elections for councillors. So people more or less are doubting democracy. They are treating democracy more or less like a means or a tool to get their own matters done. They are committed to public life only if there is if there are issues, problems, if they have to have something done, and if it's possible to protest and get things done and get what they want, then they're interested. After that, they just withdraw again. They're not interested in the public interest or in the public matters. So this means that there is a fading of social control on the activities of local authorities. We have to take certain things into account to understand this. A strong head of municipality or a strong mayor who is directly elected according to a model which is applying in Poland. This is a politician which is standing on top of this executive apparatus. So he has at disposal the entire structure, political structure. 1/4, so 25% of jobs in municipalities in Poland. These are public positions which are connected somehow to the local self-government, and decisions in this respect are also taken by the head of this entity, like head of municipality or mayor. And as a result of these changes, the local councils in Poland became more or less marginalized. They only have more or less a symbolic position. Of course, if you look at the law, there we see very, very relevant competences, but there are a lot of barriers which are resulting or are connected to with the access to public life, which are more or less disencouraging people to engage themselves. So, for example, one of this is the fact that they have to disclose their asset declarations openly. Any councilman has to disclose his assets openly, so anyone can look into that and see how much he earns, how much assets he has. If we look at statistics, who is in those local councils, so in the beginning of the 90s, there were a lot of doctors, of lawyers, of teachers, businessmen, and today only teachers remained, but the doctors, the physicians, and the businessmen went away. So we have a situation now where the systemic solutions, if we look at the long-term perspective, that these systemic solutions can result in complete contradictory results. So that in a decay of democracy, of local democracy, there are several countries which have similar solutions, but if we take into account direct elections of head of municipalities and limits of terms, we can say that Portugal and Italy have similar systems. In Portugal, they exist for such a long time that it was possible to assess and research the influence of these solutions. And it was clearly evident from this research that the limitation of terms of office increases the turnout, because this just increases the competition for the voters. Gabor was, Daniel, I think they were talking about this incumbency advantage. He used the term incumbency advantage. And Professor Flis in Poland has shown that this advantage is at 20%. So if everyone, if all was starting, was participating in a race for 500 meters, but the head of municipality or the mayor candidate was only running 300 meters. So this discussion today is a basic, this elemental, fundamental discussion about the Polish systems. Of course, the head of municipalities and mayors, they want to reduce it to the discussion if we should remove the constraints of with regard to the terms of office. We as foundation, we try to introduce this topic into the public debate because we want to say that it's not possible to fix a local government system just by introducing this one change. If we do not start talking about how powerful local councils are, how much people are engaged into the public life, about public control, social control. If we don't do this, we will not prepare, and I'm referring to Professor Lipovich again, we will not prepare our country, and I think it also applies to most countries in Europe, particularly in the Central European countries, we will not prepare it for populistic times. We were talking about the weakness of democracy in this context. If we talk about limitation of civic rights, then they are only possible because people are not have never been taught democracy. They do not understand how local governments work, because local governments are like a school, like a system which teaches democracy. Please imagine the Polish local governments. The local governments in Poland do not have the task to support the civil society or this participation. Of course, they have the task to propagate the idea of self-governance, but this is not obligatory. This is not mandatory. Okay, but I'm still in 5 minutes, so maybe I will go on a bit more. But I'm finally coming to a conclusion. I would like to remind us of the words or of the subwords which are written down on in the European Charter of Local Government. This is the law and capacity of local governments to govern things that are in their own responsibility or accountability. In the next article, the Charter says this right is executed by councils or assemblies who can dispose of, who can use this executive system or apparatus. If we do not realize that this is important to reintroduce the primate of collegial decision-making and put it over this managerial perspective of self-governance, territorial self-governance, then problems sooner or later will come in the long term. I don't see any factor who would make it that in 4 years' time from now, we don't have another populistic government. And I think this applies at least to what we have heard here in this panels. I really warn the colleagues from Ukraine not to take this path. Of course, the situation there is different. Okay, this was everything for me. I think I extended my time about 2 minutes, so please apologize. If you're interested, we have published those research under the title Social Capital in Local Governments or Local Communities. And this title is chosen very, very consciously because it doesn't mean that we shouldn't invest in the local government, but we did invest in building up civic competences. The same goes for local councils. Are in no one's interest. This is what mayors say in Poland, because they take decisions not to invest into local councils at all. They do not train councillors, they do not support councillors, and they have limited access to institutional assets and means, at least at municipal level.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting also to hear about this, about the results of the survey on the perceptions of the citizens, how they perceive they're involved or they have influence on local democracies. Thank you. We can move on now to our second presentation by Radosław Męcicki and Mario Szirski. Radosław is a university professor at the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw. He is a research and teaching employee and a specialist in the field of social law and axiology of administrative law, and author of studies and commentaries in the field of administrative law. And Mario Szirski is an expert in administrative law and local government with a focus on energy law and renewable energy sources. He leads a research team at the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw and collaborates with various organizations and institutions on legal analysis and joint research projects. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I also will say about Polish in Polish language. Thank you for the invitation. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I start, I would like to confirm what Mr. President of the board was talking about when we were preparing a survey on self-governments, and the target group were researchers, and the survey showed that the relation between the head of municipality and the council is a serious problem. But coming to my presentation, to our presentation, we will be talking about the evolution of self-governments towards protection of the most vulnerable, and we will try to show lessons for a democratic state of law. The legal foundations for the functioning of Polish subnational governments are generally scattered over legal acts at different levels of the system of legal sources. Undoubtedly, it is necessary to point out the most important ones, such as the European Charter of Local Self-Government, the Polish Constitution, and three basic organizational acts that regulate the organization of Polish local self-government. And in each of these basic legal acts, we can see that the basic and indispensable component of a local self-government is the self-governing community. It consists of residents who live in a separate area of the fundamental territorial division of the state. And irrespective of their will, by the very act of living in a given area, they become a part of a self-governing community, and this leads to certain social and legal consequences. So let us list a few of them. A member of a self-governing community may not identify with it. Lack of identification may mean lack of any involvement in the affairs of the community, which is a passive or even hostile attitude. We feel that there is an aspect of a compulsory nature of the self-governing community. A member of a self-governing community may identify himself with more than one, two, or more self-governing communities. However, due to the law, he may only be assigned to one of them. In Polish law, we could say there is an imperfect construction of identification of belonging to a given community based on the place of residence. And it is established based on characteristics that the civil code assigns to this institution. So the point is that someone physically resides in a given locality and wants to stay there, but the noticeable mobility, especially of young people, for example, for studies and work, it shows that it often leads to tensions over the issue of resident. On the one hand, there is still a strong identification with the old place of residence and the former community. And on the other hand, there is prosaic needs of life that force people to break their ties with their old community and to decide to belong to a new community. And frequent cases include situations where even several years after the move, a person still pays taxes in their previous place of residence or votes in their hometown. We should bear in mind the numerous problems of self-governing communities, one of which is ensuring their cohesion, a conventional. After all, a local government is made up of a diverse group of people, and they include who identify themselves with the community or not. There are poor or rich, there are better or less educated. And finally, there are people who are in need and who are often referred to as the most vulnerable. So one may wonder whether the contemporary subnational government is still evolving to protect the most vulnerable, or whether, despite growing problems, it has remained unchanged since its re-establishment in 1990s at municipal and 1999 at the county and provincial or voivodeship levels. Given our research interests, we would like to briefly characterize the changes that have taken place in terms of accessibility. And as an example, we'd like to mention the leveling of energy poverty for the elderly by self-governments. We would also like to show those areas which, in our opinion, require further transformation. However, anticipating the considerations, it should be stated that the contemporary self-government in Poland is subject to numerous changes. It's a very dynamic phenomenon. One of the most noticeable changes in the Polish administration in recent years is the consideration of the needs of disabled people. It is about those residents who want to take care of some official business or use a public website, but they need assistance in this. While the first period of development of subnational governments was about openness was about access to information, we are now observing a shift of interest towards most vulnerable people and towards accessibility. So it's not enough to have access to some resources. It is also necessary for these resources to be accessible. A few years ago, legal acts were adopted, obliging public entities to ensure accessibility in the architectural, in digital and information and communication spheres. And the problem is still their full implementation, and also the lack of standards of serving people with complex communication needs. Perhaps there is still a lack of more specific regulatory solutions. Nevertheless, the first local authorities have already introduced detailed solutions, for example, in the Silesian voivodeship region. Coming to the elderly people, for some time now, local authorities have had a legal basis and have been trying to involve them in active life and a joint decision-making on their affairs. I think this is a specific Polish phenomenon. The universities of the third age, which are places of encounters for older people who develop their passions and also put into practice the concept of lifelong learning, which is postulated in the EU. And the inclusion of older people in the shaping of reality and the implementation of the right to the city can also be found in the legal basis for the establishment of municipal senior citizens councils. These are supplementary bodies for heads of municipalities and for municipal councils. And also for heads of counties. It appears that this forms has found its way into local governments, especially in cities with county rights. There is still a lack of good legal mechanism which allow to involve non-disabled older people in the protection of the most vulnerable in local government. This can of course be done through volunteering or neighborly assistance, but the issue would need further legal facilitation. This does not change the fact that local authorities, especially in larger cities, are adopting innovative ideas to help and involve older people. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the voice to Mariusz Szyrski, who will continue.
You can still hold headphones because my speech would be in Polish, so...
You can keep your headphones.
Bardzo dziękuję za
Thank you very much for the invitation, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to present my part of the presentation after 3 presentations on the situation in Poland in a wider scope. So after the presentation of Professor Ilera Lipowicz and Professor Trutkowski and Mędrzycki, I would like to concentrate on the reference field and like to discuss something which is very interesting and changes in energy safety, and to show 2 sides of it. So on the one side, there is a development of local energy democracy, and on the other hand, there is the phenomenon of energy poverty. And despite of newest technologies in the economy, we still have to do with energy poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, In Poland, the task from the scope of energy policy have since the 1990s have been associated with the government policy. And this is where they have been implemented or realized. But for the last few years, 5 or 6 years, the energy policy has been shifted to the subnational level. And this is a very interesting phenomenon because it's not the self-government tasks or national task forced them to do it, but it was the technological progress. So, for example, photovoltaic or wind energy and other technologies or technologies allowing accumulation of energy cause that there are local energy communities. They have been created in Germany and other countries of the EU, but they are also created in Poland in form of energy clusters. And this forced us to provide for provisions on the national level, but also the EU is observing this, can see this problem. And that's why for the last few years, we have been observing the formation of energy communities that have different interests than local governments, but they are perceived very differently. So constitutionalists try to define this problem as an issue of self-governments. But the problem is that self-governments only look for solutions for particular problems, and that's it. And this is the same here. The residents look for some kind of security, safety measures just in case for a crisis or a war. And the rest doesn't concern them because they just want to meet the basic needs or solve the problem. On the other hand, we have the problem of energy poverty. And I would like to give you what the nominal value is. 31 million people in the EU suffers from energy poverty. If we have a look at this nominal value, it's whole Poland or even more. So this is a really huge number. In Poland, it's about 12% of the Polish population. So what is this problem? The problem, it means that a household is not able to meet their needs connected with heating. And the problem is low income and that they are not able to pay for the electricity. And this is a problem we've been observing for a few years, but in Poland, we've been observing it in the local communities. And this applies to the elderly people who have low income. So how is it solved in Poland? There are two tools that are the intention is to solve this problem. So the first tool is a tool connected with. The first tool is energy voucher, which is granted to a household, and the second tool is an energy allowance, and both tools are granted by an executive body of a self-government. One is an administrative decision, so it depends on the will of an executive body. So we're strengthening the executive bodies, and the other tool is more objective because it's independent of the will of the people in power. So this shows how the self-government has to react to problems or address problems of elderly people, vulnerable people, as far as energy prices are concerned, for example. And just to conclude, to sum up our presentation, I would like to say that the evolution of self-government towards the help for most vulnerable people is a fact. What connects all the problems is the phenomenon of social economy, which starts to see the complexity of this problem. And the common element is the trust for local governments in Poland, which is 60 to 70% depending on the survey, on the research conducted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these insights into the questions of the identification and cohesion of self-governing communities, and also the question of the protection of the most vulnerable and the topic of energy communities and energy policy. So we can move on to our third presentation for today by Thomas Prorock. He's the manager of the KDZ, Center for Public Administration Research. He has over 25 years of experience in governance of public administration in Austria, Europe, and globally. And his expertise spans public policy, EU integration, local government, and citizen participation. The floor is yours.
Should I stand up also, or whatever? And yeah, thank you very much. I don't speak Polish now, so that is the first one. Also, honestly, thank you very much for inviting me, because this remembered me on the beginning of my work, 25 years ago, when we were working also with Polish municipalities, especially with the Association of Cities in Poznan, as I remember properly, on EU integration on local level. And I really remember how confused I was about the voivodeships and the question of what are the competencies of the municipalities? What are the competencies of voivodeships? And this showed the Austrian, because I'm Austrian, the young Austrian is coming and doesn't understand, the changes in this time in transition countries. Because we didn't have this. For us, it was clear that competencies are clearly allocated to a level of state, and this is somehow what I learned here. So I was asked to go a little bit into the Austrian case, but also a little bit in the European case. So I try to fix it, to bring it together. And Sophia tells me when I have to stop. That's what we agreed, because I didn't expect that I have to stand up, and when I stay, I talk. So let me give you. Look, it starts already with my incompetence of getting to the next slide. Thank you very much. It's so easy. Yeah. And this is the first point. I want to give you some European figures, European Union figures. And the gentleman making photos is also someone with whom I did this together, because we counted the municipalities in the European Union, just to get a little bit of overview. And we have 87,000 municipalities in the EU. And I know it's the first question: what is a municipality? What do we really count here? So we took this first tier, but it shows the differences in the European Union. We had already discussions of different countries here, but also the number of municipalities shows this high diversity in Europe. And I mean, France as the one. I mean, it's also a large country, but not so large compared to others, to Germany, but also to Poland, to have 35,000 municipalities. So you see, and also when you look at Austria with 2,093 municipalities, but also our neighboring countries, that's too much. We can easily say that's too much, and it makes problems. Problems on the first view on a kind of efficiency and effectiveness for delivering services, but also, and there is a big discussion in Austria at least, problems on democratic issues, because we don't have enough mayors in the end. So yes, it's good to have a high number of local governments. I mean, Austria has 8 million inhabitants, so it's quite a small country. So on the one side, it's good to have a lot of municipalities. In order to have local democracy, you have local elections, you have councillors who are trained then to be maybe a regional councillor or maybe as a minister. But nevertheless, we have the issue of not getting enough staff, which is willing to do the job of a politician, of an elected politician as a councillor or a mayor. But we could go into details. It shows also that those who are stronger in local autonomy in Europe, we always look at the northern countries and also, for example, at Netherlands, they have, of course, less municipalities. So they have less municipalities, but much stronger municipalities concerning the competencies, concerning the finances. I mean, Austria, compared to what we discussed before, especially with Hungary and Slovakia, Austria still is a very stable and also in the end on the local level rich country. Austria has quite a lot of competencies on the local level, and also when we get maybe a new government which could be more interested in centralization issues, I think still a very stable local government system, but they play with the budget. So this is what is in the background going on. So structures are there, competencies are there, really quite strong competencies. I will show you I will show you even in the constitution quite strong. Even the associations, our Austrian associations of cities and the Austrian Association of Municipalities, we also have two, which is in fact the weakening of the system. They are in the constitution. So that's quite strong, but budget is getting lower and lower, and this is via the back indirect hurting the system. So this is the European picture. I want to give you, yeah, now I know. I want to give you another one, and another overview which I like very much. It's the local autonomy index. It comes from research, and I tried to put it, in red. It's a lower local autonomy index, and in blue it's the higher one. I don't go in details. It's not done by me. You see where you can get it. It's meanwhile unfortunately died. Andreas Ladner from Switzerland was developing with many other experts this local autonomy index. You can reach 100 points, and you see Austria is in the middle with 62 points. We are at the same stage like Poland, so it could be interesting to go into the figures because it compares finances, constitution, services, and so on, and mixes this. But again, you see the northern countries are here darker, quite stronger. Interestingly, honestly, I didn't go into details on that till now. Also, France, where we have this high number of municipalities, has a very high local autonomy index. But what I would like to show you is that it's complicated, but we compared the local autonomy index, you don't see it now, with the so-called government effectiveness. The World Bank is measuring government effectiveness. So how good, not government, but public administration, governance system, subsidiarity, anti-corruption, and so on is. And we see a tendency. We cannot see that it's a clear link, but we see a tendency. The higher the local autonomy, the higher the government effectiveness index. There are exemptions and so on, but there is a clear tendency in this direction. I'm not sure if this has been discussed in the morning, but this is what I would like to hand over, that when we compare government effectiveness and local autonomy, we see there is somehow a tendency that higher local autonomy leads to higher effectiveness. So it's good to have local autonomy. It's good to have strong local governments. I don't go into that. I have not so much. I have not so much time. I will also skip that. You can have it in the if you want afterwards. I have more of these kind of comparisons. When it comes to Austria, because this is what I was asked to. Yeah, we have this over 2,000 municipalities. Austria is a federal country, so this is different to what we discussed before. This makes it even more complicated because we have 9, we call it Länder states, like Germany or Belgium in the European Union. So in fact, the main competences, the main strength in Austria really lies at this level of states. And then we have the third level, which is the municipality. In between, it's just a government, it's just an administrative level. This is the districts, it's administrative districts, somehow to be compared on a level with the voivodeships. Yeah. For Austria, I mean, just for those who are interested, Vienna is a mixture. It's a municipality and a state. So these things happen quite often. And Vienna is really the head in also having 22% of the population here. What we are proud of is our constitution, because this is really after the Second World War. This made Austria really strong with the local self-government as part of the constitution. And also in the constitution, we have this principle of the uniform municipality. So all municipalities, no distinguishing between 100 inhabitants or even Vienna with 2 million inhabitants, have basically the same competencies and the same, even the same structure. Huh? That sounds great, and we know many countries have it like that, but in the end, it's kind of challenging. Yeah? Let's say it. Let's say it like that. I just brought here some specifics which I think could be of interest to discuss or to bring it to bring it here. That we have, I mentioned it already, strong local government associations, even mentioned in the constitution, and they have a lot of competencies, or they have higher competencies in getting information from the government, so based on the constitution, but also interfering in aspects the government, the national government, but also the states are how to say implementing when it comes to issues concerning local authorities. So there are also quite strong rights. I will show you. I will show you later on. I mentioned that the constitution makes the municipalities really strong, also having a clear list on competencies of the municipalities. Yeah, here I mentioned also being an independent economic entity. It's based on this charter of local self-government. And for example, what we were discussing before with the energy communities, this is also an interesting thing, because many municipalities started in Austria with intermunicipal corporations on energy provision, even with solar energy and whatever, to handle somehow, on the one side climate change, and on the other side the prices and the question, the issue of energy poverty. But it goes, luckily, I would say, when I heard your presentation, it goes still within the system of local governments via intermunicipal corporations. So having in mind that the competencies are clear and are strong, the problems are the finances, and the problems are that the finances of local governments are getting down. This is luckily not a strategy of the government, let's say it like that. So because in other countries we know that this is also a strategy of the government to reduce the finances of the local governments and make pressure via that, and then in the end saying, okay, you are not able to fulfill your tasks, so we take the competencies to the local, to the central level, or to a regional, to a regional level. This is somehow, I guess, what happened a long time ago in Hungary. So we are here on a bit better situation, but nevertheless the finances go back. We still have a system which we call Fiscal Equalization Act, where the local governments, the Association of Local Governments, and the and the central government, and also the states sit together all 4 to 6 years and try to, how to say, further develop this fiscal equalization, which is mainly based on a shared tax system, where, let's say, the main taxes the government collects are distributed between the levels of government: 68% to the central government, 20% to the regional governments, and 12% to the local governments. This makes it quite strong. On the other side, what makes us weak is that the municipalities levy only a few taxes, and it's a so-called communal tax. It's a kind of business tax, and this makes it compared to other countries quite weak. So relying on shared taxes, but not being able to levy own taxes of the government, of the local government. So yes, and this leads, I guess that's the point, this leads to a situation where we see, okay, shared taxes are the main income, and then we have here with, let's say, 16-70% own taxes and fees as the next one. But whenever a government makes a change in the tax system, or for example a tax reform, indirectly this also reduces, or in most cases reduces the income of the local governments. So I have 5 more minutes, but maybe I make it in 3. I want to mention the Austrian Stability Pact, and then one more slide, just the Austrian Stability Pact and consultation mechanism, because this is also, in my view, an interesting model. Stability Pact means there is an agreement between the levels of government who makes the so-called Maastricht deficit and Maastricht debt, who is allowed to do what. That's agreed, and there is a kind of a mechanism in behind, which is observed by the so-called fiscal advisory council. So that's also strengthening in the end the position of the local governments. We have a consultation mechanism also embodied in the constitution. Since we are a member of the European Union, this has been implemented, and it says whenever the government how to say, plans a new tax, a new law, something like that, or drafts a new law, the states and the municipalities have to be involved in order to protect them from financial overcharge. So whenever municipalities are how to say, harmed or could be harmed by a law or a sub-law of the national level, they have to, the municipalities have the right to be consulted, and if they are not consulted, the central level has to take over the financial expenditures. So that's a quite interesting mechanism in my view, which somehow also works. Oh, cool. There is no further one. Then I lost it. I just tell you, it's also in the constitution based, since we are in the European Union, there are additional articles in the constitution. It's Article 23, which also says for issues on the European level, when the minister goes to the European Council or to the Council of Ministers and deciding, for example, on the environmental law, which is very much directly related to the municipal competencies, the states and or the associations of the municipalities have to be involved in how to say which position the Austrian minister will take on the European level. So this is my not existing last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For me, it was especially interesting, these correlations that can be observed on the EU level, like the strong local autonomy correlates with less municipalities, and that the higher the local autonomy, the better also the governmental effectiveness. This was for me very interesting. Before we now open the floor for questions, maybe also to you, to the speakers first, the question, do you have any reactions to the others' presentations? Did anything surprise you, or do you want to follow up on anything the others said in their presentations?
One comment really. This districts in Austria, which you said it's a governmental entity. Administrative entity, yes. In Poland, we have the discussion about the powiats, which is again the self-government structure between municipalities and the regions. And the big discussion is in Poland is that the powiats are weak, and we don't know really what to do with them. Okay, of course, no one is talking about giving it back. Oh, I said no one is talking, but there is an exception. Giving it back to the central government. The former minister of culture, who is now the European Parliament MP, said that the powiat should be governmental structure in the middle. This is very interesting. I mean, I would like to learn more, and I will have to investigate what is the role of the district as a structure in between municipalities, as I understood, if it's correct, in between municipalities and regions in a way. What's the role, and what is most interested? What is the relationship between the municipalities and this entities? Because you said at the beginning you never understood the Polish regions, and this is the case of Polish regions, because we have at the regional level you have the self-government, and at the same time government representative, which is voivod, who is responsible for also overseeing the operations of local governments. That's the only thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, that could be now a quite long lecture on that, but I don't do that. We can maybe do it in the break. Somehow these districts, they come even from the monarchy. They have been started in 1868, I think, and this is Austria, so this has been somehow overtaken. So that's the maybe half funny story, but it's really a district administration. So we have the regions, yeah, and the regions have their, let's say, decentralized administrative support, and they are located there. It's important that they have different, fully different competencies. So they, for example, do the passports. They, for example, do business licenses and so on, which the municipalities are not doing. They are just doing administrative issues on behalf of the states, of the regions, and now a little bit also of the central government. It's a very construction. So this makes it maybe a little bit different. It's not elected. That's the important thing. But honestly, we have also, I'm one of those who are also arguing for why not making them, because they are quite strong with what they are doing. They're giving business licenses. They also have via the state level, they have some observation rights towards the municipalities, so they are quite strong. And there are discussions why not to have them also elected, to have this director or also elect as an elected person.
Because the state would lose
that's a discussion, but that's yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or reactions to the other presentations? Okay, then yeah.
No, I was just.
Then we can go to questions from the audience. Yeah, please.
Okay, I have a question in regard to both Austria and Poland. Thank you very much for your presentation. All of them were very interesting. But my question is linked to intermunicipal cooperation. And I would like to base it on the fact that there are different environments. Yeah, you are still quite fragmented, not that much as Slovakia or the Czech Republic, but rather fragmented. Poland is a different story. Still, intermunicipal cooperation looks like an important issue in both countries. I recently learned quite a lot about the intermunicipal cooperation in both countries. Here are lender-based incentives, including financial incentives, how to support intermunicipal cooperation. So I would like to ask you, what is the main goal or intention of the lender to support those intermunicipal cooperation, whether it is a tool how to maintain those very small capacity at the local level, maintaining somehow and going on, or whether there is some strategy. In the Polish case, I would like to see how it is understood by the municipalities, which are, I don't like to say quite powerful, but they are. In Polish case, they are quite powerful. And still, there are some incentives either from the state, let's cooperate, do something, whatever. Yeah. So what are the, how to say, positions of the local governments in this field in these two countries? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who wants to start?
So I didn't go into the intermunicipal cooperation too much because this is in Austria really a field of diversity and intransparency. I even don't know how many thousand intermunicipal corporations are existing. But there, the main one started with services in sewage, water, and garbage. Yeah, because it's clear these many municipalities cannot provide the services properly by themselves. Huh? So these three are there, and they all have intermunicipal corporations on that. There is no funding incentives from the regional level on that because it's financed very well via fees. There are also really not so many incentives from this regional level on that. Just in cases where they are really interested, for example, in planning. Yeah, because for example, the states are interested that the planning special planning is done better on the local level, and this is then, let's say, or can be also done via cooperation via planning cooperation, intermunicipal cooperation for planning. So they are subsidized. That's the second thing. So the incentive thing is not so much developed like I heard it now from your side. We are asking here for more because we think that this intermunicipal cooperation is one driver for better governance. And we see, for example, Switzerland, where really they have funds even for infrastructure which you just get if you do intermunicipal cooperation. So if you build a small street, or if you build a swimming pool, or how you call it, it's just supported if it's a regional one. Huh? That's a Swiss model, which we think is important, but we don't have it. But when you ask me now, why are there still some incentives? I have a mean theory, because we all know that in some cases amalgamation would be needed. Yeah. But we are also very weak in how to say, demanding it, requesting it, and politicians also on the state level they don't touch this topic because they know if they do it, we have done it in Austria in Styria, in one state in Styria, quite intensive municipal amalgamation project, a program, yeah, coming from 500 municipalities now to 300. And the consequence was that the state governor hasn't been elected again. Huh? So, you know, as a politician, if you touch it, it's a very tricky issue. And intermunicipal cooperation is, let's say, it's an exit for that. Huh? So you can go to municipal cooperation, then you don't have to discuss the amalgamation, and therefore you make subsidies for it. That's somehow, yeah.
Okay, the intermunicipal cooperation, there are various forms in Poland. I mean, one forms are like triggered by what I call pragmatism, okay, and the joint service provision. But the second is the different types of associations. In Poland, unlike in Austria, I understand, we don't have the only one association or two associations like written in the constitution, and this was really a failure of the reformers at the beginning of 90s of the previous century, because they wanted to introduce one union of municipalities into the law, which would create a strong power and strong advocacy for the local government interest, but they failed. So right now we have numerous national associations, but also many regional associations of different type of the local governments, and they play the advocacy role mainly. But also on the other hand, we have the in cooperation that is triggered by the European funds. We have something which is called integrated territorial investments. They are financed from the Marshall Office, from the European funds that are administered at the regional level. And they are, in a way, forced cooperation between municipalities that join together to provide some services, to build some infrastructure or things like that. So I think that the cooperation between municipalities in Poland is quite strong. I don't know the figures right now, but we can observe it in our everyday activities. I mean, you have many associations, many unions, and you have also some cooperation, intermunicipal cooperation that are formed for the service provision. And also, for example, for the photovoltaic farms or things like that, they can be formed. So, the point is that despite of the strong municipalities, they still find the reason to join their forces in order to obtain access to resources, basically.
Yeah. So I just want to interpret, Cezary, what you were speaking about, because if I understand correctly, you said that the municipalities and leaders were very proud of defending something. And then you started to list what is remained. I mean, no, just single candidate in a municipality, just teachers remained in the council. And your conclusion was that everything moved from a community-based approach towards a managerial one. I'm just wondering whether maybe this is the new era. I mean, for many decades, we were preaching something like, you know, community involvement, local democracy. But actually what is left, what is remained by now is this, you know, to solve the problems. What you can put positively like this. I mean, the managerial concept. So is it really a crisis? Is it really a big problem? Did we lose something, or it's just a new era? And it comes to the energy community problem, because, you know, in Hungary at least, you cannot organize an effective energy community without the local governments, because they are the big customers. I mean, they can use the photovoltaic energy produced during the day, and then that's when the kindergartens, the nurseries operate, so they use the energy, what is produced at that time. So I think maybe we have to give up this, community-based approach and focus on problems. Did I misunderstand your message?
Well, I would say it depends how you frame this concept of new era, really. Because this is what we can observe throughout Europe. I mean, this personalization of politics. I mean, the strong leaders leading the agenda. But this is if we look at this from the certain perspective, it's an era of populism, really. When you see the strong leaders that embody the democratic mechanisms. I talk to Polish mayors and I present what I said to them. And they say, I'm attacking local government. I'm not attacking local government. I'm attacking strong leaders. But through what they say, it seems that they claim we are the local government. This is not the case. Thomas presented the local autonomy index and the Finland being at the top of it. Well, the Finnish case is specific. The Finland has introduced recently, 2 years ago, the regional reform. They call it well-being services counties that were established to deal with the social and healthcare issues. They didn't give up the issue of collective decision making, even if the reform is about the efficiency. They're looking for, they want to save money on service provision, and they had to cut it, but they didn't go into the direction of introducing the governors or whatever. I mean, the strong leaders. They have the committees at this well-being service counties, and even the participatory approach is written into the legislation. They still have participatory councils in this reform, which is about the efficiency, okay, and service cuts. And I want to go back one thing to the history, because you said that we have to deal with problems, and maybe problems require strong managerial force. Well, I would say at the beginning of the 90s, there were, in our countries, there were no dilemmas what to do. I mean, there was a road, the pipe, and something like, and the electricity, something like that. The basic infrastructure was to be, and so there was no space for discussion. What to discuss about? I mean, the road needs to be done, and the pipe has to be, created, and things like that. Right now, most of these immediate needs have been satisfied in Poland. We don't have these infrastructural problems anymore. They are now looking at building, some things that are not at the start of the hierarchy of needs, okay? But at the same time, this democracy right now, democracy is overlooked. They don't look at how to deal with problems that will emerge. And I always say to Polish leaders, our local government law was created in 80s, when there was no internet, no social media, no artificial intelligence, etc., etc. And we are still following the same patterns, okay? And people are communicating, and you have to somehow be able to organize the social force if you want to use it for development. If you look at literature, let me just mention the Nobel Prize winner this year. I'm never sure how to pronounce his name, Acemoglu. He wrote the book Why Nations Fail. And it is clear that nations fail because of the autocracy. And with this personal decision-making, no considering different needs and different forces in the society. So this is clear. If we want to prepare our nations for populism, we have to train them in democracy. We have to train them in critical thinking. We have to train them in debates and in arguing and things like that. Otherwise, we'll have strong leaders that will, we call it oligarchization of the public space. They will capture the public space and implement their own agendas. That's the point, I think.
Thank you. Do you want to follow up on the energy community? Yeah.
Yes, I will talk in Polish because I have three words very specific, so I will use translators. Wracając jeszcze do...
Coming back to the previous discussion, when it comes to legal issues, we have three ways to associate. This is, we have different, we have an intermunicipal agreement, we have an intermunicipal relationship, and also association. So it depends on the task, which kind of intermunicipal relations we have, like for example, garbage or building an aqua park or building roads. So we have here, for example, as agreements between municipalities and metropolitan areas. And another form is, of course, Association for the Defense of Common Local Government